shadows flicker, echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust through the cold, relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux, electric veins, chaotic rush. Restless voices, static cracks, solitude and neon tracks. Shadows only streaming the light through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam, caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light, searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void, hope and fear become alloyed. Shadows only streaming the light through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen.
Oh, Sadudes, welcome back to another episode. Here we are again. Man, this goddamn green screen's all fucked again, isn't it? It was fine just a minute ago. Fuck, I don't give a fuck. Welcome back, everybody, to another SKIZ0 Sunday. Mr. GALENTV will be joining us shortly to talk about something SKIZ0, I'm sure. Welcome, everyone. This evening, until then, he'll be in around 8 o'clock ish. A couple things to talk about. More pyramid slop. I've been following this all weekend. I've been watching videos on it, looking into it, and I don't know what to think of it. I mean, obviously, it's a massive claim. We were already talking about this, but I thought I'd go over some of the other content recently. It's been posted about it. Relevant to the discussion, I guess, the ongoing discussion. It's a big deal. For whatever reason, it turns out to be true, which is going to take, way more peer review. Biggest announcement in human history, so it's pretty serious. And then JFK files prove Lyme disease bioweapon. That's another meme. Maybe we'll fucking dig into in a little bit. But hopefully everybody's been well. Hopefully everyone's weekend went well. Just to fucking, just to finish off, cheers everybody. Just to finish off the fucking evening, Or repeat. Some people watching actually golf, some starting their morning. Fuck. I'm still recovering from this fucking cough. I do feel a lot better, actually. I'm making progress, but man, fuck. It's just gotta watch out that old fucking coof from Wuhan. It's no fucking joke, man. Is what it is, Taking it day by day. This will help. Let me just fucking get into it. God damn it. Oh my heavens. What is this? I've been collecting these. There's been many people who've been collecting these JD Vance memes. Oh my God. It's just so great. Shouldn't eat bad soup. Yes, from now on, we've learned our lesson. I don't know where I got it from. Probably the gym. Probably got it from the gym. Yeah, still kicking my ass a month later. Well, the bronchitis is now post-infection, but I'm taking more vitamin D, and I'm staying out of the gym showers. You gotta be careful in there. It's probably where it came from, right? Those gutters are pretty dirty. Holy fuck, I love these memes, man, so much. I love it. I'm gonna save this one as well for my collection. Oh my god, I laughed at this for like 10 minutes straight. Holy fuck, man. I wonder how he's handling this. He's probably a good sport at first, but as time's progressed, as time's gone on, I'm assuming these have begun to get under his skin a little bit. Anyway, I thought I'd just share that with everyone because fuck, I've been enjoying them. I've been enjoying the art, honestly. What else do I have up here? Just some memes I pulled up quickly. This was interesting. I went through this. The climate scam is over. A critical reassessment of the anthropogenic CO2 global warming hypotheses. Empirical evidence contradicts IPCC models and solar forcing assumptions. So essentially the TLDR is that there's still something going on, but whether this is going to lead to a complete climate apocalypse, our contribution to the CO2 totals, they're rethinking that. Because for people that may have forgotten, I vividly remember because I was in high school when The Inconvenient Truth came out with Al Gore. And oh my God, I just remember the hysteria. He was saying by like fucking like 2012 or something, 15, the ice, the Arctic Circle be completely ice free and all this crazy shit, man. And it was just like, it was just fucking nonsense, right? And there's all this rhetoric too around the science has been settled. There's no debate. Horse shit. Absolute horse shit. So anyway, yeah, and cow farts are okay again, man. It's like some of the rhetoric that's been thrown around recently with this. It's what can be done. This is a problem when you push for this shit, right? And you get behind, you financially support a lot of these scientists and you push this narrative out. Then you can start trying to justify some ridiculous actions like removing nitrogen in the fertilizers. I mean, like, oh, that's contributing to CO2. It's contributing to food on people's tables at a reasonable price, too, right? And it's just hysteria. And anyway, so many people have been ideologically captured by this. And it's not that, we should just start polluting the shit out of everything. It's just there's a group of people that, man, are going to use any excuse they possibly can to try and fucking get at us. Yeah. Gore might still have been better for US and world than Dubja? Who's Dubja, Corey? Who's that again? Oh, old Al. Oh my God. Google it. Is this a safe search? Interesting. Dignity, unity, beauty, and joy. Interesting. Appears to be unique and a significant occurrence. Interesting. Username or handle of various social media platforms. Okay, interesting. Algorithm. Apocalyptic Dudja is the stage name of John Reindris, a drummer, musician. Interesting. Is it an Urban Dictionary translation that we're going for? But yeah, associated with dignity, unity, beauty, and joy. Oh fuck. I mean, yeah. Oh, it's a nickname for George W. Bush. Oh yeah, possibly actually, Corey. Yeah, possibly. Did people claim that Bush stole that from him? Right, I remember that Bush had stole. There were talks that he had stole the election from him. Wouldn't fucking surprise me, honestly. Anyway, thought I'd just mention this. I mean, this has been ongoing for quite a while. That there's been pushback against the rhetoric around this, and I think the counterpoint usually from these camps is like, oh, well, you just work for the oil companies. It's like, no. It's like, we just don't want, we don't want craziness to start in the name of the climate. And we don't want to start depopulating ourselves for something that in the end may not even be 100% fucking accurate, which it turns out that it isn't. So anyway, just thought I'd bring that up. I was reading through that. I like Robert Malone. I've been following him for many years now, actually. This is another thing. I've seen people talking about this. So this was something that Alex posted yesterday. Yeah. Oh, W. Oh, fuck. It was supposed to be W. Okay. Dubja. I was like, what's Dubja? W. George W. Yeah, okay, I get it now. Yeah. I think I love any Alex Jones slop is oh my God, that's so fucking scared the fuck out of me, actually. I love this. I don't like that people fight, but I do love watching. It's like an anime. People like, I love watching anime. It's like, I love watching InfoWars. It's like my fucking version of an anime. Honestly, I've been watching this. Oh my God, we're on like season, oh my fuck, like 17 or 18 right now. Like, it's absolutely insane. I actually doubled that, but there's 2 seasons usually in a year. Typically, oh my God.
Back in 2013, I told that red coat globalist that was trying to take our guns, Piers Morgan, that if you try to take our firearms, 1776 will commence again. Well, now I've got to tell President Trump, if you try to put King Charles as the head of the U.S. government, ahead of the American people and our president, 1776 will commence again.
Oh my God, what's happening?
When I learned this information earlier today, it was like a punch in the stomach. I couldn't even believe it. So I went and researched it, and it's true. And I've always promised viewers and listeners, I love Trump. Overall, love what he's doing. But sometimes he does just the most terrible
watch
things.
Yourself, Aaron. We'll talk about it.
It's true. So we've all been wondering the last 3 or 4 days what this secret message, the King of England, the globalist, Mr. Great Reset, Mr. Carbon Tax.
The way he says it, the King of England, like some demon. It's so good. It's
King Charles coming to visit Trump next week. Yeah. What secret message he was going to be delivering from the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. It's hard to match King Charles's corruption and evil, but Starmer actually does it, may even surpass him. I'll get to that in a moment. Trump has openly said and posted on Truth Social that the word is they're going to offer entrance of the United States of America into the UK British Crown Commonwealth with 50 plus other countries like Canada, New Zealand, Australia, British Virgin Islands, the list goes on and on. Now, you have to understand, they always advertise this, being associate member, oh, it's just ceremonial. No, it's not. Whenever Trudeau just canceled Parliament so he could stay in office a few more months and bring in Carney, the former head of the Bank of England, the head UN climate envoy. He invoked the King of England and the Charter and the Governor General Charter, and it dissolved Parliament. So these so-called commonwealths that are independent, they're not independent. That's why they're all under censorship and control. And the UK.
And we have to remember, who is Charles really? Who was his mother really? I mean, were they even of this earth? Were they even human? Anyway, this is probably vastly blown out of proportion. It's probably just Trump pandering to these people again, like just talking out of his ass. And then Alex sees blood in the water, any opportunity to stir up some drama, right? Every time Alex stirs the pot and stirs the drama, more sea moss, right? The sea sees the sea moss just fly off the fucking shelves, right? And then guess what? It's more gas for his fucking Bugatti. Well, he still owes $1 billion, but he's just pretending like he doesn't have to pay that back. But anyway, I thought I'd just play it. This is a fucking meme. But yeah, I saw people talking about this. Chill out. It's just a ceremonial thing. It's just part of the historical Commonwealth countries that are tied to England in some ways. And no, it's not. And, I mean, like, you'd have to be pretty tone deaf not to understand why some, extremely patriotic Americans would be opposed to such a thing, right? Like, Alex is like a big history buff. I don't know. I seem to still be changing color here. I just looked at myself. Anyway, we'll figure this out. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Speaking of which, actually, this is why I wanted to fucking move on. What I fucking pulled up here. Speaking of which, I would look forward to this very much. I feel like this would go south pretty quickly, though. I have a feeling like it might go south pretty quickly. But David Icke might end up going on Joe Rogan, which is just going to be a fucking meme and a half. That's just a stupid idea anyway. The best person to be head of the USA is Alex himself. That's true, man. Listen, if I could vote down there, and if he ran, 100% I'd vote for him. Of course, I'd be voting for the meme of it, which might end terribly, which might be what just happened recently, people voting for Trump. I don't know. For people, I mean, everyone here probably knows who fucking David is, so I don't really need to do fucking TLDR on it. But again, David Icke, famous conspiracy theorist, ex-journalist for the BBC, professional soccer player, notoriously known for promoting the reptilian shape-shifting conspiracy theory. which has been extremely pervasive in conspiracy circles for the last 30 years, probably 25, 30 years. So the problem, I mean, David went off the rails recently through COVID. David, you know, I mean, I love this shit as a meme usually, right? But like, there's some places I'll draw the line. And I mean, we knew that a fucking bioweapon escaped out of Wuhan. And what we didn't need was people like David going around saying that it doesn't even exist. It's just 5G. It was like, David, what's that based on exactly? Like, you know, are you a virologist? No. Where did you get this information from? My sources. I can't do his fucking accent. His sources. Okay. All right. Well, you know, anyway, so I had to shut David off for a while. But I don't know if he's come around. People kind of, maybe he caught it a couple times and realized it wasn't fucking 5G. I mean, David, are you not using 5G? Like, you must just be browsing the internet at a fucking snail's pace right now. Like, what are you doing, brother? Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's probably still using the BlackBerry. It's because we know deep down the reptilians run the planet. At the end of the day, right, Aaron, we don't fucking know. Maybe David ends up being correct. David got this information from sources. Again, right? The main source, is Credo Mutswa, who is a South African shaman. Credo's an interesting guy. I don't know, like, if I would go from him to then accusing the Queen of being reptilian. But interesting stories out of that area, right? Local stories going back generations about these beings taking people who happen to look reptilian. And then he started doing some shitty, I've gone over this, some shitty research in Mesopotamia. And then he heard from people. He heard from first-hand witnesses who had encounters. I wonder if one of those people ended up being Billy Corgan. He heard from some famous people, he had said. And Billy Corgan did see someone shapeshift, supposedly. So there's a couple anecdotes he got from that. And who knows? Yeah. 5G isn't good for you, but it definitely isn't what COVID was. Oh, absolutely, man. I've seen the studies on it. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not going to hit you like COVID. Yeah. 5G, 4G. Yeah. That's probably how he is, right? Just a notch down. Anyway, I thought I'd just play this little fucking clip.
David Icke, I saw something. He got upset that I've never had him on the show. And it's just the reptile stuff. It's just the shapeshifter stuff.
I've been researching this since the mid-1990s. I've been following modern and ancient accounts of these entities and how they weave their way through history and weave their way through cultures. I've talked to whistleblowers in the military who've experienced face-to-face these entities in the underground bases. On and on and on and on it goes. And it's dismissed as, oh, he says it's all the reptiles. It's just...
And then you get like the David Ickes that are like, it's fucking reptiles, dude. They're all reptiles.
What's going on? I mean, I've been doing this for 35 years, just coming into the 36th. I've been researching full time.
I will too, period. Literally. It'd be worth it.
I've been to nearly, well, if not more than 60 countries doing the research. And I've never been on the Rogan show.
That makes no sense. And not only that, he had another guy on. When I was researching the show, I was just looking up like David Icke reptilian stuff because I wanted to really get down what you thought about that. But
however,
thanks for the follow, man. Oh man, I mean, it's like I've been doing the research though. It's like, okay, like what, like who, what? It's like you're gonna make an argument like that. You better have a really well cited, paper that comes along with it. Like you have your citations. Right? Like that's the thing. It's a hell of a claim to make, right? And if you want to convince people of it, like really convince people, David, you're going to have to like put something together that's really well written, really good citations, right? Where do you mean specifically in ancient history was this mentioned? Like give me a document. Like the Anu Alish, like give me the fucking Mesopotamia documents used. Let's go through it all together. Like that's what you'd have to fucking sit down with him and just, because again, I memed on this, but he has done some good work when it comes to putting together the puzzle of like, well, people, they talk about the globalist, right? It's like, well, I liked globalism. I like the idea that, we can get goods for different countries and we can all work together. But when you talk about the globalists, it's people that are trying to align people ultimately to one world government. Who are these problematic people? Dave did the groundwork of actually going through and getting the names, digging into these organizations like the Bilderberg Group. He was one of the first people to really draw attention to that. He's done tons of really actual great research. It's just when it comes to that topic, the waters get really murky. So, yeah, I'll still be fucking excited if he goes on too. I mean, I'm not trying to pretend or anything.
It ended up Joe Rogan has other guys on there talking about reptilians, and they're like totally not even close to as OG as you are, the originator.
They're going to bring up Buddy,
theory.
I think.
Now, the other third type that got mentioned on Mission was reptilians. But every time
Jason Sands
that they were mentioned, it was really quickly hushed up by whoever else was on the other end of the line. Shut up, don't say that, is what they were doing.
They don't want to talk about the reptilians.
They don't want to talk about the reptilian presence at all. They would talk about the tall whites and the grays being in the lab environments. Not a lot, but some. But these reptilians, it was like nobody wanted to talk about it.
Was there any sort of an explanation? Did anybody give you of why they don't want to talk about it?
No. The only time I got any inkling was that when I, was out of the program and other people started to talk to me about all the different, things. And they're like, well, how many races are there? I don't know. But some people talked about the reptilians. They're like, do you realize that these are evil? And I had to listen to that. I did do some research after that person talked to me, because I did see that there is a
He went straight to Bibliotheca Pleiades, read through the certifiles, said, oh my God, it's just all true. Research. Holy fuck. God damn it. As someone who has read pretty much everything on the internet there is to read about this fucking shit, there isn't a lot of quality research one can do on the fucking reptilians. There are some interesting anecdotes of some people supposedly seeing others shapeshift, but I don't know. No offense to Billy Corrigan, but Billy famously was a lover of psychedelics. I mean, I don't know. He claims he wasn't under the influence of anything, and not that taking a tablet of acid is going to make some woman turn into a reptile in front of you. But fuck it. Anyway, right? Oh fuck me. Yeah, yeah. Let's go raid Dulcie. Holy fuck.
I'm jacked.
I'm jacked to the test!
Good.
Do you feel it?
No.
No, we just rewatched that actually recently, man. The other night, actually, it was on one of the I hadn't seen it since it came out. So fucking funny. Yeah, that's lit. It'll be a good day. It'd be one of those awkward podcasts with Joe Rogan where I think he probably starts fighting with them. It'd be like fuck. I wonder if we can find this. Oh fuck! Now I gotta type back. I gotta actually type right. Forgot. We gotta go. David Icke, Jesse Ventura. I wonder if we'll have this on here. Talks with the David Icke. I don't know if anyone saw this. Holy shit! He literally just had him on his show to kick him off, essentially.
I had almost forgotten this, and then it popped in my head. Tyrell called me last Monday and said, "Oh boy, the David Icke thing didn't go too well." And I said, "Really? He was in the show 2 seasons ago. It was very fair." And he said, "Yeah, it just didn't go well." And he was just letting me know what had happened, and because David had put out a big article, and I admire Governor Ventura. Ike is a very charismatic guy, believes what he's saying, and I appreciate his work as well. It's sad to see what happened, but Gov, you never talk about the TV show until it's out, but obviously this information is now out. So I want to ask you, you went to interview Ike in Pennsylvania?
Can we find the clip?
Cleveland, Ohio. What happened there between you and David Icke?
Well, he just, I don't know, he got all offended and told me to F off and walked off the interview. Simply, I was asking him questions about his expertise, and that's reptilians. And, I go from a point of, there is no dumb question. If I don't understand it, it's...
That's not even close to what happened. What happened was Jesse invited David onto his show, and then David sat down, and Jesse looked at him and said, well, where's your evidence? And David said, well, let me go through this. He's got a whole binder full of documents and shit. And Jesse said, no, where's your evidence for the reptilians? And David was trying to tell him, listen, I'm going to walk you through this whole thing, and Jesse wasn't having any of it, and he essentially just crossed his arms, said, "No, there's no evidence," and I don't know this verbatim what he said, but effectively, this isn't real. Like, I don't want anything to do with this. And David was trying to like walk him through, you know, his argument and his evidence, and Jesse just wanted physical evidence right there and then for the reptilians. And then what happened in the end was David just got frustrated because Jesse essentially wouldn't let David even get a word out. So he just called him on to like call him out over the reptilian things, and he wanted physical evidence right then and there. If it wasn't physical evidence, they weren't going to have a conversation, so David left. Jesse was the one being a dink in that exchange. Absolutely 110%. Yeah, 100%. Now, I mean, again, what I would have done is I would have let David do his whole thing. Then I would have challenged him on that claim. But, you know, I mean, it's not like you can't make an argument for it necessarily. It's just there's no physical evidence, obviously. That doesn't mean it's not real, though. It's the same thing with UFO phenomena. There's no physical evidence, but then you've got fucking a million anecdotes from credible people that have seen anomalous things. It's like, well, something's going on, right? David could have pointed to Credo Mutswa's account. I mean, this was like a very well-regarded, respected cultural leader in South Africa who had talked about all of these stories from their culture of these people being abducted and taken by these reptilian entities. And it was they had them painted all over the fucking walls. It was really interesting. Now, I mean, that doesn't mean that the Queen's a lizard, obviously, but those stories, those anecdotes are still interesting. I mean, you'd look at that and say, oh my God, what? So generations of people have been seeing this. Yes. That's incredible. That's crazy, right? I mean, like, yeah, it is. You know, are there any other anecdotes of this? Well, yeah, there's this other culture here, and that's what he's going to do. But yeah, what was expecting a lizard arm? I don't know. I think he just wanted to fight. That's his whole modus operandi. He's a fucking professional wrestler for like 80% of his life. He just wanted to fight. He just wanted to like make David look bad because people were like, you know, that's back when the David hype train was like, oh my God, that would have been when was that? Fuck, like 2011? Okay, right around that time was when these like Alex and David and some of these like David Wilcock, and they were kind of really blowing up. And like Ancient Aliens was like really on fire, and I remember those days. That's when he was at his peak. But 12 years ago, and Vice did a thing on him too, I guess. So that would have been what, 2013? So yeah, Conspiracy of the Lizard Illuminati. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, fuck, it is what it is. But yeah, I thought I just saw this, and I thought it'd be a fucking complete name to fucking go over. Actually, you should probably play the rest of this part right here, just where Joe kind of.
I think fascinating just to try to pick some of those ideas
what's interesting,
or listen to them.
Even if you don't believe in the ideas, what's interesting is how does somebody arrive at them.
Right.
That's what's fascinating to me. When I do my show, I speak to someone, I'm like, I want to understand the psychology of how you have arrived at this particular position.
Well, imagine if it's real. I mean, if shapeshifters were real, if there really are evil reptilian aliens and they've infiltrated our society and they've been pulling the strings forever and only a couple of people knew, how ridiculous would that idea be? How ridiculous. It would be so ridiculous.
Oh, you would never be able to see through the facade.
Shapeshifter, reptile person. Is that any weirder than the most recent theory that our entire universe is taking place inside of a black hole that's in another universe?
Well, the difference is we have some evidence for that, potentially. There's a fairly strong argument for some of those theories. I mean, David's arguments are just more anecdotes, right? Aside from like mathematical proofs, which is a higher quality of evidence usually. So I guess that would be that, but it's not as fun, but it's not nearly as fun. Anyway, I would love to talk to David. That'd be honestly like, David would be up there with one of those people that, there's a couple people, Alex would be one of them actually, I would really love to talk to you too. But it'd be like bucket list conversations. Alex would be up there. David would be up there too, bucket list conversations actually. Just because I feel like he would still have good conversation. He's not a dumb guy. Again, he's got like a very in-depth understanding of how things work geopolitically and a lot of the corruption that's been going on pretty blatantly in the West for like the last couple decades. It's just that's where everybody, it's a shame because again, that's where everybody goes to. I wondered if his mind was failing him though through the whole COVID claim. And that's where I was like, oh shit, like, is he starting to like slip a little bit? But I've heard David on some pretty small podcasts. Yeah, well, he was just on. I don't know who the fuck that guy was, man. But listen, if we can get this thing growing up even a little bit, like, 100 concurrent viewers or something, I think I could probably fucking get him on. And I would love to just, and I would never use this as an opportunity to necessarily embarrass somebody. But then when I would ask for somebody's like evidence of a thing, or like, where's your theory? Like, where did you get this out of? Like, specifics. Like, I could be obnoxious like that where I'd want specifics. Like, if he starts talking about Mesopotamia, I want specific documents. Like, and then it's up to interpretation to some degree too, right? It's like, oh, well, this is how I'm interpreting it. It's like, well, I can't argue with that, but who knows? Maybe you're right. Maybe they're wrong. Maybe all of them are wrong. Maybe you're right. This happens. So who knows? Wait till Jake's eggs start splitting and spitting out lizards. That'll be the real proof. Oh my God. Yeah. Divin Orris, what's up? Glad to see you. What's the topic tonight? Good question, Divin Orris. GALENTV is going to grace us with his presence here in about 30 minutes. So there's a couple things we were maybe going to go over. I was thinking potentially. Alfred messaged me there, and he was talking about J-Rod and Dan Burrish, if people aren't familiar with that story. And that was something maybe we could touch on. That was I don't know if we have touched on it before in the past, but there was like literally nobody watching then, so it might be due to go over that again. But I'm personally not really big on like Dan's claims. The whole J-Rod thing isn't really something that I took too seriously, but I know GALENTV knows a lot about it. He was all about too the Dulcie base meme, and he knows the whole up and down of that fucking story, and I know a bit about it too. But yeah. Anyway, I'll just kind of quickly. I just wanted to go through some of this shit first. But yeah, I sent you a DM that has some decent reviews. Seemed kind of crazy. Oh yes, yeah, I did. I did, yeah. It did. It seemed very fucking interesting. Yeah, I read through kind of the synopsis there. Yeah. I don't know. What was it? The Dome in Outer Space Projection, year 1728. Was that it there? That was the one, I think, right? This one? Yeah. Oh fuck, I went to the other page. Just a second, I'll pull it up. Yeah. Yeah. I don't need to tell you where I am. You don't need to fucking know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck me. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Goddamn. The Dome in Outer Space Projection. Is the premise that, like, yeah, the Earth is flat? Like, that's what they're going on about, actually. Yeah. It's interesting. This is the meme now. Like, if people are going to try and argue something like this, you have to invoke something, like, really out there. You have to invoke, like, well, I talked about Descartes, like, evil demon or Deus Deceptor, but, like, a modern equivalent would be aliens. You could see the aliens have us thinking the Earth is round when it's actually not, and yeah. There's 97 positive reviews. Yeah. Man, listen. It's not science fiction though, is it? It's like actual. Brother, you never fucking listen. You put something out there. What's the deal? He's got it in paperback too. He's got it properly published. God Jesus, okay. 10% off right now. $2 off. Yeah, there you go. Pick her up. Yeah, interesting though. Yeah. This is him here, yeah. Lover of occult stories since I was a child. I followed this guys closely about reading after UFOs. Yeah, interesting. Interesting size comparison there of the book with someone's hand. That's very helpful, yes. Yeah, man, fuck. Speaking of, well, potentially kind of out there ideas, this pyramid thing is like, it's a big deal. Like, this floats around. This piques a lot of people's interest because obviously the Giza Plateau has been used by ancient astronaut theorists for decades, right, as evidence for potentially some advanced civilization interfering or building things in our past. And then the claim that there are 2 kilometer long structures under the pyramids is like, holy fuck, like that is the biggest. That would be if it turned out to be true, that would be the biggest discovery in human history. Absolutely. I mean, we would have discovered an advanced civilization, but the Egyptians didn't build the fucking pyramids. That's what it would mean, 100%. Or at least the people that were once in Egypt, or maybe the Egyptians themselves, are once unbelievably more advanced than they are now. That would be the other consequence. But I mean, I think we'd probably have to start looking at ancient aliens at that point, personally, yeah. If you're Robert's opinion on the situation, I want to see more about it first. That's exactly it, man. There's been a lot of people like debunking this and outright saying it's like nonsense, and we need to be careful saying that because although some of the people involved maybe have some like out there opinions for some people, At the end of the day, if you're a scientist looking at this, what you're going to be concerned with is the data, right? You're not really going to go look at what the guy was into before, that he's into looking at UFO abductions and whatnot. Like, it doesn't matter. The guy himself is a fairly accredited scientist. You want to just look at the fucking data. The data will speak for itself. So I'll read. This is what Robert had posted here. Robert, again, for people who don't know, is a geologist in Boston University. He helped redate the age of the Sphinx, although the Egyptologists still aren't really a fan of that, but they can go fuck themselves, I guess. You know, because it's hard data, right, as opposed to interpreted, work. They've done scholarly work. Reports of a study using geophysical and remote techniques, specifically synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography, and that's exactly the whole thing there they used, that conclude there are 8 huge columns under the second pyramid, Khafre Pyramid, extending perhaps 2 kilometers down, have been circulated on the internet. Thus far, I cannot evaluate the legitimacy or validity of this assertion, as I have not seen any details, such as raw data or analyses of the researchers involved. The only paper that I found cited in conjunction with this related assertion was published in 2022. And we've gone over that. There it is right there. I read it back in 2022. While it does intriguingly suggest that there are some previously unknown chambers within the Great Pyramid, it does not support the presently circulating assertions regarding giant and deep structures under the second Khafre Pyramid, nor a network of tunnels, etc. I will remain skeptical regarding the latest announcement until I see more information, and specifically the data on which it is based. It is very easy to misinterpret geophysical data in noise for signal, so while I'm certainly open to new and remarkable discoveries in the Giza Plateau, I remain guarded in any enthusiasm until such possible discoveries are verified. That's exactly it, man. That's like how you would expect a very grounded, like, rational person to react. Where it's like, okay, you got a claim. Where's your data? There is no data. Okay. Okay, well, I mean, cool story. But until then, until you provide the data for them to interpret, I can't come to a really quality conclusion, right? So, yeah, this is essentially the TLDR. I mean, I know everyone's making videos on it. I'm talking about it, but there's a lot of people that are making videos about the possible implications of this. Might be jumping the gun. I mean, again, these guys have been involved before in making claims that supposedly there were these other chambers found in Khufu's pyramid, and that has been contested. So, this will likely also be contested, the findings. And Robert's already kind of alluding to that here, that there wasn't a lot of confidence in the work they did in 2022. So then the claims going forward in 2025 are probably going to be contested as well. It's what they do, right? So it's still juicy and want it to be true. Oh man, I mean, that's exactly it. Like, so there's people that are doing all kinds of shit here, digging into this. This guy, I don't really know what he does, but he's got a big following on Twitter. I saw Jordan Peterson interview him a couple of years ago. In November 2023, China's Lyme radar in Hainan detected equatorial plasma bubbles over the Great Pyramid of Giza in the Midway Islands, nearly 6,000 miles apart. This detection, announced on August 27th by the Institute of Geology and Geophysics under the Chinese Academy of Sciences, showcased the radar's capability to monitor ionospheric phenomena over vast distances. While EPBs are common, the detection over the pyramid is notable for its distance and scale, emphasizing advancements in space weather research. It seems these bubbles over the Great Pyramid form regularly detected by China's LYRID. Our scientific understanding of these bubbles is still lacking, as different techniques in tracking them only tell us certain details about the phenomenon, although it is clear that it is electromagnetic and tied to solar activity. Interesting. Okay. So he's pointing my AI to this to see how these deep structures relate to the possibility of capturing this plasma activity and stringing it. So he had made a post here that got quite a bit of traction. This is it here. I'll be adding some more new and perhaps even more spectacular data to this article tomorrow. You will not comprehend that the AI has just discovered about the Great Pyramid, the reason for the structure below the pyramid, a new connection. Come on, Brian, look at the thing. Below the Giza Pyramid Plateau, new radar discovery will shock. Okay, so again, this is where some people are running with this right now. Where, again, I don't know if they necessarily should be. That's a pretty good that's a pretty good visualization of what we're dealing with there. Empire State Building. Yeah. 1.46 taller than the Empire fucking State Building. Man. Confirming research. Anyway, so there's tons of people on X, on all these different platforms, YouTube, etc., that are running off the coattails of this. And at the end of the day, I think probably just temperance, just hold out and wait for quality data before coming to any crazy conclusions about what's going on. Would it surprise me if there were 2 kilometer structures under the pyramid? Yeah, it fucking would, personally. As someone who's memed that potentially there were advanced groups of people, like there were people involved in possibly constructing some of these megaliths, that is a fucking feat in and of itself to do that. I mean, that would be, yeah, I mean, and that is how far they supposedly got for the readings. And supposedly they had consistent readings down that far, which I think is pretty difficult in and of itself, but that they were able to discern individual structures out of each, which is, anyway, I mean, personally, not that I'm an expert in this area and I would defer to people like Robert, who absolutely are, a find like that, I think, would bring aliens into the conversation pretty goddamn quickly. I mean, even for an advanced Ice Age civilization, that's pretty crazy. I mean, I think we're talking like really advanced. Just due to the nature of it. And that there may actually be chambers down there. In the actual presentation, they alluded to the fact that they were hollowed out. So that these may be chambers. It's not just some kind of like support structure. This is some kind of underground chamber that they've been, and that would just be way the fuck out there. So, I mean, obviously we're way the fuck out there. So why the fuck not? Unveiling Ancient Mysteries, remote viewing the Great Pyramid of Giza. This is Daz Smith, who's a remote viewer that I've followed for many years. Probably one of the most famous remote viewers, or most well-known remote viewers kind of out into space. In 2014, I embarked on a mind-bending journey with Farsight Institute to uncover the secrets of one of humanity's greatest wonders. Using advanced remote viewing techniques, we delved into this enigmatic construction of the Great Pyramid. Our mission, to answer the age-old questions: who built this colossal structure? Why was it constructed? What was its original purpose? For the first time ever, I'm sharing all my original paper remote viewing sessions before we went live on camera. Interesting. So they're all here in a Google Drive. Oh my heavens, yes, there they are. Okay, I don't really want to fucking dox myself, but anyway. This is kind of my stream anyway. My stream setup, yeah. Yeah, so what was Daz's TLDR on all this, I guess? You know what we could do is, this helps because there's quite a bit of data here. Give me the TLDR on this. It should be able to open it because it's a link right to the... Fuck you. What do you mean you can't look at it? It's a PDF, for Christ's sake. I can download it, couldn't I? Just a second. Download. Yes. Oh, didn't we have this problem before, though, where it sucks at interpreting PDFs? Yes, we did, didn't we? We did this. This happened with the JFK files. That's probably not... Oh, it's a text file, though, I think, so it should be able to. There you go. It got it. There you go. 2 life forms involved. Indigenous, subservient, undergo societal change. Visitors arrived in ships. Peaceful. Oh, brother, don't say that. White-skinned. Uh-oh. Tall. Shared advanced technology. Oh, gee, Daz, where the fuck? This isn't good. Don't say that. I sent you a private link, a DM of a book I was able to find on the dark web. It's written by Project Projection Guy. I'm not sure if it's supposedly fiction or not. I had to open a PDF and copy paste all the text into a text file, then upload it in order to read properly. Oh, thanks, man. I'll check it out. Here at some point. Yeah. What was it about? It's just some fucking dude. I don't... Is that... Make sure like your name isn't in the Google Drive file, I guess. It's all white. Okay. All right. So, yeah. Indigenous fade over time, replaced by new golden age brought by visitors. Constant low frequency hum vibration present at site. Implied narrative: an advanced non-indigenous race arrived, influenced a native society, possibly constructed a pyramid using superior tech and knowledge, and initiated a cultural transformation. Yeah, leads into ancient alien theory. Yeah, I'd say so. Any other physical descriptions of the visitors? Height, look, etc. Did they give any other? Okay. Here we go. Taller than indigenous people. Okay. Whiter in skin tone. Softly spoken, soft mannerisms. So, peaceful, not warlike. Arrived in vehicle ships, explorers, not conquerors, shared advanced knowledge, brought major societal transformation, created a Renaissance golden age, seen as dominant, superior, but not oppressive, induced gradual displacement or fading of native population over 10, 20 years. Entire areas, low frequency and hum. Okay. No facial features, clothing, or height, exact height given, but clearly depicted as tall. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Maybe we can go over it here in a little bit. I'll pull it up. Okay. Well, Daz, isn't that a meme, isn't it? So these really tall, hold on, you're saying these really tall people showed up and they influenced the, or we, oh, right, that's where we've seen that before, right? Okay. And mind you, Daz is a fairly well-known, respected guy in the field. So like he's working the Farsight Institute there, but they're pretty particular when it comes to these sessions. So we would assume they were actually under blind, possibly double-blind protocols. So they were completely blind to these targets. So they have no idea what they're working. So they get a number and then they do a session and it turns out they were working on these structures and these tall people were there. And it happened to be in regards to pyramids. They didn't know the target. So, I mean, this doesn't give us like complete conviction in this narrative, obviously, but it's just another interesting anecdote to chalk up to. This may have actually happened in the past, but I mean, may is the key word there because anyway, there's a lot to go through. Holy shit. This guy always sending out psychic signals, okay? Interesting. And this is something too people have gotten a lot who have looked at this with remote viewing, and I've heard this, that sound or something was employed to move the stones around. That there was some kind of technology, but it was to do with sound. And they were, there it is right there again, yeah. Some kind of levitation, but it's something, levitations with sound involved. And actually, this isn't just like the woo people that suggested this. There was I don't know if he's an archaeologist or if he's an engineer, but he had suggested this as well, that he thought that some chanting rituals that were used, like Tibet and monks had used it, and that similar kinds of frequencies were used in ritual in Egypt, and that there may be something actually in the frequencies of some of these religious chants, and that this was something that they either mimicked or learned, but that these are the frequencies they were using with obviously some other kind of advanced technology to manipulate these stones. And I thought that was kind of interesting. You can levitate things with sound to some degree. Obviously, the experiments we have done is like at a very small scale. But if you were more technologically advanced, you may be able to employ that and actually move very heavy weights around. So that was an interesting one. I had to find his name, actually. I don't remember who he is. We'd have to fucking dig to find that. But I remember watching that presentation years ago. Thank God it actually went through and interpreted this. This is very interesting now. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. I actually watched something. We rewatched something the other night too. I was going to bring this up. Because when I make these references to things, I hate not actually knowing where they are. I don't like pulling out random anecdotes out of my ass, as fun as that is, and throwing it in the slop bucket. We watched, again, Dave Politis's Missing 411, I'm butchering the spelling, Hunters. Because I found this on, it was UFO one. Was it UFO one? Fuck, wasn't UFO one or was it the Hunter one? Oh, shit. No, it was UFO. Missing 411, the UFO connection. It was the UFO connection. I found it for free actually. Sorry, Dave, on YouTube and watched it. We were watching it last night because I was watching through these YouTube videos of people going over this shit. And very, very interesting documentary if no one's seen it. Kind of terrifying, actually. Yeah. If you play two frequencies at the same time over the top of one another, they cancel each other out. So if you knew the frequency of the gravity under an object and hit the same frequency, surely you could levitate in theory. Interesting, Aaron. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how they were doing it, but I know there's experiments that people have done, like legitimate accredited people that have done with sound that have been able to levitate very small objects. But The anecdote I was going to mention here from this was actually from, oh my God, Pat McGuire was his name, I believe. Let's see if I can find this. McGuire UFO. See if it comes up. UFO. Yes, this is it here. Yes. I mock my dad's claim. This is the very sad article we read, actually. After the Dave Grush incident, Pat McGuire's son is a journalist, wrote this article about him, and it was kind of really heart-wrenching about his dad and how he never believed him, and in the end, this has started to change his perspective on him. But Pat McGuire was a rancher in Wyoming, and there was a spat of different abductions that had happened in Wyoming in the, oh my God, this would have been in the mid-70s, the early 80s. And the one they started off with was this, I've told this story before, it's very interesting. I forget what the gentleman's name is. You can see it in the documentary, but they interviewed the guy, and he got abducted by this dude who the alien told him his name was Ozo. And my partner told me that supposedly Ozo is a demon. So that's that's probably not a great starting conversation there. But anyway, the guy told him to get on the ship. At first he said, "Are you hungry?" And the guy supposedly responded, "Yeah, I am." And then he flew over these pills for him to eat, and he ate them. And I was like, first of all, you're in the woods by yourself hunting. A very strange looking man, gets out of an invisible cube and asks you, "Are you hungry?" Do you A, calmly respond to him yes, and then accept his food? Or B, do you try and shoot at him? And this guy just said yeah and ate his fucking pills. I think he may have been under the influence of something else there, like where the guy was influencing him. But anyway, he gets on the ship, they fly away, and they take him to another planet. And then they scan him and realize, oh, sorry, you're not going to work. We're going to bring you back. And anyway, the whole thing would have probably been written off as just absolute horseshit if it wasn't for a bullet that he got, because he shot at the craft. But the bullet, looked like it hit a very hard surface, but you could probably fake that. The part he couldn't fake was that he had tuberculosis scars on his lungs from when he was a kid. And when he went into the hospital and got full once-over by the doctors after this happened, they noticed all the scarring was gone, which is impossible. So, and they had those scans. So, anyway, they went from him to another guy of German heritage who was abducted and was not returned. A very strange story. And then we talked about Pat McGuire. Now, I wanted to bring this up because I mentioned this before about Pat McGuire. Pat McGuire was the guy who Linda Moulton Howe had approached because he was having cattle being abducted on his ranch and mutilated. So he kind of started with Linda Moulton Howe, the whole cattle mutilation craze, right, years ago. But Pat McGuire also became an abductee after he was regressed by a famous psychiatrist named Leo Sprinkle. And Dave Paulides in this interview of this UFO Connection Missing 411 documentary interviewed one, I think it was a private investigator who was working on these cases. And he had sat in on the regression with Pat McGuire and Leo Sprinkle even. And I told the story where the aliens had told and instructed Pat McGuire to go and build a well in the middle of fucking nowhere in Wyoming. And supposedly Pat went to like the local geologist in Wyoming, worked for the state, and said, "I want to build this well." And they said, "You're fucking crazy. There's no water table there." And anyway, he just got someone to do it, and they found water, and it blew all their fucking minds. And the reason why the aliens got him to do this was because they thought there was going to be a cataclysm in the future, and survivors would need clean drinking water leaving the cities. Anyway, I told that story, but I just wanted to let people know where I got that from. It was from this documentary where Dave had interviewed this gentleman. I had heard these stories of Pat before. I hadn't heard the story about the well and the cataclysm, but I'd heard of Pat before, and I'd seen, I think his regression is on YouTube still with Leo Sprinkle. He had interviewed a couple abductees back in the day. But anyway, sadly, Pat kind of went insane over time and died a couple years ago, or 5-6 years ago. But crazy fucking story, though. Absolutely insane story. And the connections that Dave draws again are incredible, where there was multiple people in this very small area who disappeared. And one connection he drew, which is very interesting, aside from Pat, was that they were all of German heritage, and they were never found. They just literally like up and left, and they found like the rifle. They found like a knapsack scattered miles apart from one another, like leaned up against a tree, set on a rock, like his fanny pack. One of the guys, and it was really interesting that it seemed like somebody was going after gene pools. And there's a story of this one guy being brought back because they didn't want to use him. But these other guys didn't come back. So it's like, where'd all these missing people go? Pretty terrifying, actually. It really, again, I've mentioned this before, but I'd be very hesitant to go into a national park anywhere. Oh, here it is right here. Oh, never mind. I thought that was the other guy. Is that Pat himself? Oh, it was. Jesus, yeah. Oh, 2009 he died in. Okay, so it's about more than a couple years ago. 16 years ago. Jesus Christ. It's a long time ago now, isn't it? Yeah. God damn. Yeah. Anyway, highly recommend people watch that documentary. It's a fucking head trip. Absolute fucking head trip. So, anyway, and just fucking... anyway, another anecdote from abductees talking about fucking UFOs and cataclysms and whatnot. So, anyway, it is what it is. Mr. GALENTV, welcome, sir.
Oh, good day.
Well, it is a good day. How was your day?
Well, if you must know, I finished up Majora's Mask, and playing that game again.
You hate playing that game again?
Oh my god, it was irritating.
Oh yeah.
I
can see that.
Supremely irritating. But
Jesus Christ.
So I finished that up, and then we'll put that, lay that out. I played it before, but it's been a couple of years, and I remember next to nothing about it.
I don't think I've ever played that one. Yeah.
It's more difficult than one would think. I mean, like the combat's not necessarily difficult, but the puzzles and it's mostly like mechanic stuff.
Isn't it funny? It was designed for children too. I mean,
yeah, but it was also designed back in the age of.
It's true.
We knew what the limits of, old people's dexterity. See, that's the thing about young kids. They have those lightning reflexes.
That's true, though.
Don't have those anymore.
It's true. We're old men now. We're old men now, bud. Fucking, that's exactly it. Yeah. God damn.
I said I pretty much done nothing other than that. I looked up a couple things just before I came here, and been watching, basketball. I'll share the quote that you had. Just because this has been near and dear to me. This might be one of my favorite things. This might be up there with some of the things that we'll say that one thing that Crendel said that we can't say.
Oh,
that one thing that we can't repeat.
Yeah.
But we were watching. It was the March Madness tournament. They had it on at the gym. We were there on Friday, and it was the end of one of the women's games that was going on, and it was a close game. It was within. Was it 1 point or 3 points? I can't remember. I think it was a 1 point game. And it was close. And they got to play, but they just waited too long to even try to get the shot off or to foul, and the time just expired. And I remember looking at it, and I was kind of just saying out loud and kind of talking to you, but also talking to myself, and just kind of going oh no, they need to go do this. No, this is what happened. And I remember I looked over to you, and you just kind of said quietly, "Man, I fucking hate sports."
Yeah.
It's just I fucking hate sports.
Yeah, I really
geez,
do,
that's funny.
Yeah.
The absolute sincerity, the loathing
in
your voice. It was just so genuine. Anyway.
Yeah, I just have had no interest ever.
Yeah, so I've had that on. I haven't been watching it, but I've had it on, so that's about that. I did some work yesterday, and that's been about my weekend.
Did you get my message on J-Rod?
I have. I don't have anything for that. That might be fun to do next week.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that people are interested. I know you are a J-Rod fanatic, so.
I wouldn't call myself a fanatic, but he's another.
Your favorite word?
That's another one to kind of like throw out there, just as like, well, if what Grush is saying is true, why not the Lacerda files? Why not the J-Rod?
Right.
But I think the J-Rod that had, I think there's a lot of parallels between that and the Stargate universe. So you kind of have like something to like follow along with. If anybody's ever seen the TV show and the movie, the TV show being mostly SG-1.
Yeah,
I've heard of it. That's one that's like pretty similar.
Mm.
Anyway, if you haven't seen it, it's a fun little sci-fi series from like the late 90s to sort of the mid to late 2000s. It's campy. It's not like an award-winning show or anything, but it knows what it is. It doesn't take itself too seriously, and they're just kind of, it's just kind of good fun.
I don't know. Was Dan Burrish ever like confirmed to have actually been a microbiologist? I thought his whole background was like dug into, and they found out that it was all fabrication. I don't know.
I'd have to look at this. Honestly, I kept thinking Boyd Bushman, and I think I remember you saying that that guy's a lying sack of shit.
Well, he was just senile, and someone convinced him that he's the guy who got the little alien figurine mixed up and thought it was a real alien. And there were so many people. Yeah,
that was that guy.
Yeah, I mean, Dan Burrish, J-Rod is, for people that don't know, J-Rod is an alien who is said to have survived a UFO crash in Kingman, Arizona in 1953. Was taken to Area 51 by the U.S. government. According to some accounts, J-Rod worked at Area 51 for years, assisting in reverse engineering of the alien technology and sharing knowledge about his home planet. He's described as a tall, slender alien with large eyes, almond shaped eyes. Dan Burrish, a microbiologist who worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency, claimed he was employed to care for J-Rod and took tissue samples from the captured alien. There was another gentleman, too, who had claimed to work with J-Rod. I forget what his name was. Yeah. He was just like kind of a engineer, I think. But Alvin, what's up? Yeah.
I think what it was is they had like one or two guys, and I think it was the engineer that worked with him as like if you will, a mental translator.
Yeah.
So he would kind of like relay what the telepathy was that was going on, or the telepathic communication.
Yeah.
And he went on to talk about how the J-Rod had, and that's what they called him. They called him the J-Rod.
The J-Rod, yeah.
And they talked about how, effectively this guy crash landed. The entity had crash landed. He had talked about the entity having like a family, and that family that he wanted to get back to and whatnot. And they had found a way to do it, and that the guy, I guess you could maybe say, against like humanity, if this is true, maybe committed treason against humanity by sending the J-Rod home. Now, ethically, you would say that what he did was probably the right choice, because it sounded like the United States was just holding the guy hostage.
Yeah,
or holding the EBE hostage, and he sent him through the Stargate back to his home world. It's a fantastical story of a little bit of emotion, a little bit of science fiction, some neat stuff review, some neat things. It's quite the tale.
Yeah. This is his background, Alf. Interesting, yeah. I thought, wasn't he on, he was on like Coast to Coast and shit, I thought, back in the day, was he not? I thought he was. A doctor of philosophy. What is this? A microbiologist. Why is he a doctor of... Well, I guess a PhD is a doctor of philosophy.
Philosophy in microbiology.
Philosophy in, yeah. It's weird that it's worded like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we also got a little sippy going here, though, so...
Oh, you do? Well, very nice. Yes, cheers, sir.
A little sippy.
I also have a small one myself, so... Yeah, interesting. I have something I'll have to dig into, Alf. Yeah, I'll have to dig into it again and see what has come up. Maybe he's one of the EBO scientists that was talked about. No, the guy gave a different background entirely on Reddit, but...
So, I noticed that you have in the title. I just got here maybe 5 minutes before I jumped in this chat.
Yes.
But I see that you've got more pyramid slop there.
Oh, I do.
Going on.
Yeah.
Well, I have to say there was leaked footage of pyramid slop.
Oh, yes. Of the actual... Yeah.
No, you haven't seen this. Check this out.
Is this stream safe? This
It's stream safe. I watched
This is stream safe. Okay.
But this is newfound footage here.
Oh dear fucking Christ! Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. Very
newfound
nice.
footage.
This
I
is
think you're very interested in this. You'd be very interested in
this. This is very relevant, I guess, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Yes. Oh my heavens. Oh, there they are. Oh wow. Just absolutely nothing, huh?
Yeah.
Just like absolutely nothing. Just ways.
I thought you might be interested in this.
This is relevant to my interests, I guess. Yeah. Oh my God. True Anunnaki. Yeah. Holy fuck. That guy's built a little bit different. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. He's like, he's a giant midget or something. Or sorry, little person. That's the way now.
Oh boy. Oh, yeah. That's one of the words you can't say anymore.
You can't say that word. I don't. What does midget even mean, though? I don't know. How's that offensive? I don't. Yeah.
That actually, there was an article I remember coming across a long time ago that referred to it as the M word.
I mean, it's still the definition. I mean,
I think it's considered derogatory now.
That's what I heard, though. I did hear that. Yeah,
those words you're not supposed to say. You're not supposed to say it.
Derived from midge, a tiny biting insect, a term for a person of unusually short stature that is considered by some to be pejorative due to its etymology. So it's because it derives from midge, meaning a tiny biting insect. So you're essentially calling them an obnoxious little insect.
Yeah.
So I could see then how that could be perceived as being, offensive, but
I gotta say here, this is probably one of those VODs you want to get rid of now.
Fuck Christ.
I say that in jest, but there's a little bit of truth in that.
Oh God.
There are people that have gotten in big trouble over that word.
Serious? Oh man, I one of those things, like, I'm not language police. People throw around all kinds of offensive language, and I know sometimes you're just trying to be edgy and obnoxious. And I think that's the difference. Like, if someone's actually being offensive or is malevolent with it, then that's where you draw the line. But you don't want to, language police people to where everyone's afraid to
do Google search of the M word.
The M word, midget?
Yeah. No, just the M word.
You probably will. The movie, The M Word?
No, there should be an AI overview that gave a synopsis of it.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, you're on Brave. That's why.
I'm on Brave, yeah.
That's why. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, actually, I'm not going to go to images on that one. Fuck, you never know what you can find here.
If you go to Google, because we know Google's given the best information.
Yeah,
that's available.
What does it say?
It says that the M word is a derogatory term for someone with dwarfism, originating from the historical oppression and exploitation of people with dwarfism in quote-unquote freak shows.
Okay.
Here's a detailed explanation. The M word refers to the word that we're saying, which is considered a slur and dehumanizing term for people with dwarfism.
I can see that now that I know what the word means, yeah. Calling them an obnoxious insect. Yeah, that's not very nice. Same with the word retard. Like, I know people want to be
you're down with those two words.
Now, people don't but I also understand that one too. I understand why people don't want that word to be used all the time, because it contextually it is kind of a derogatory language for someone who maybe is compromised intellectually. But it's one of those things is it can be used at the right moment for comedic effect. And I think that goes with all language. It's if it's a part of your daily vocabulary.
Can all words be used in that?
Yeah, they absolutely can. And people do comedy all the time. And it's people drop very offensive language all the time. And in the right context, it's not really offensive. It's just funny, or it's edgy. But it's depends how you're using it. Like if you were at the bank and there was a smaller person in front of you, and you got mad at them and you called them the M word, they'd probably be taken as wow, what the fuck is your problem? Like, come on now. It's
it's hard to get off the tongue, the M word. It doesn't feel like it flows well.
I don't know, man. At the end of the day, I mean, you'd think people are actually going to stop using this kind of language at the end of the day. Like, no, man. I think
they're cracking down on the new F word.
Yeah, fuck that's
that's been my joke for years. Is to say the new F word.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And again, it's like, who was it that fucking was it Shane Gillis who said this? It's like, yeah, you're not going to use that till someone cuts you off at the fucking at a red light or a green light or some shit, and then you're going to be using that fucking word. It's like, at the end of the day, though, I don't. Doesn't necessarily mean people are like hateful people or anything, but I think it's important. I do think it's important to understand language and understand like the origins of certain words, and like there are certain ways that, because I think like it's all energy at the end of the day, and I think some of these words were used usually with hate, with negative energy, and maybe sometimes it's better to. And that's the thing, is that you don't want to be language police, and you don't want people constantly trying to like tell you what to do, but I think it's fine to like adjust your vocabulary to some degree, right? Like, but obviously within reason. At the end of the day, you still say what the fuck you want. Free speech, foundation of free speech, but yeah.
I'm going to
hey, we'll move on from this.
I'm going to ask you the big question here.
Yeah.
All right. Do you believe in total freedom of speech?
Do you believe in 100% total freedom of speech?
Yeah, 100%, no restrictions.
Well, yeah. I mean, there might be consequences depending upon how you say certain things or the context of like when and how you say them. But Albert's up. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'd probably be.
The counter argument that I always have to that is like trying to say things like with the purpose of trying to like incite panic. So like for instance, like you go to the airport and like you just start like screaming that there's a bomb.
Well, yeah.
So like,
that's exactly. It depends on the context.
Yeah.
So like,
yeah. So then that wouldn't be like total free speech, then, wouldn't it? Or would it not?
Well, it would be. There are consequences for that, though. Is the thing. Like, you can say it, but there's going to be consequences.
Wouldn't the consequence be like you get detained and then you go to jail?
Well, the consequence. Well, depending upon what your intentions were. I mean. The consequence could be that if you cause a huge ruckus, I mean, you'll be detained at least until they ascertain there's no bomb. I mean, and then for people not to just do that as a meme, you might have to have some consequences. But yeah, that's the thing, though. It's nuanced, though, right? Like,
yeah. There isn't like any like for what you would say like yes or no like binary answer to it, where like this is like in all cases like absolutely like things. Where like there shouldn't be like a subject that just shouldn't be discussed, that should just be like accepted like at face value without having the discussion. It's kind of like I'm trying to think of one that's Twitch friendly, but
well, let's move on from
I guess
the discussion.
Maybe this is maybe this time move on.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, no, I think let's just move on.
I mean, just not that I give a fuck, like, or I think Twitch at the end of the day probably gives too much of a fuck with like smaller streamers, but
this is something that I would love to just talk about because I haven't really heard like good cases from either side. There are people that talk about like, well, there shouldn't be any of that, and it's like, so should you not have the right to challenge an idea? One that maybe rightfully so should be challenged. And then people say that you should have like complete total freedom. And then you say like, so like effectively, are you allowed to just like challenge people with fighting words to like bait somebody into losing their mind? So is that like another case? Yeah, it's the responsibility of the person to choose how they react to it. But there's, you're effectively trying to incite like mayhem and havoc with speed with the purpose of that. So is that also correct? But anyway, that's what I was trying to say. That's why I got that off my chest. Now we can move on.
Yeah, well, those people need some shungite to fucking help block all the negative energies. I've got my little piece of shungite here.
Have you ever talked about this? There's I don't have like the GIF for it. I could, but the picture. I sent you another picture here.
Oh, I don't know if we have actually. Here, I'll open it for people that. Yeah, this is the ship. The ship. Yeah. Make giants little people again. That's what Mal was said. I like that. It has to be healthy discourse, otherwise it becomes abuse or even bullying. That's absolutely it, man. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, this is a very famous photo because if you look at it closely, you'll notice that there is almost a perfect kind of circle off of this this discharge here from the sun, and people are saying this may have been a ship actually drawing energy from the sun. Yeah, I mean, when I see shit like this, usually I just presume it's a coincidence. But obviously, we don't know that with complete conviction. But for the most part, we're never really going to be able to know with complete conviction one way or the other. And more than likely, it's probably just a coincidence. But then it could actually be a UFO. And if you want to put that energy into this, then let's do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for the GIF of it. But,
yeah. It actually moving. Yeah, I can probably.
There's one that's like a GIF of it that looks kind of neat. But
I can probably find a video of it.
Yeah,
because it's fairly
terribly hard. It's been out there, so.
Right here, this is it here. This guy's got a video. Oh, this is Jamie Moussan. This is a little alien mummies guy. Fucking. Here it is here. Oh, he's just, bro. Do you actually have the fucking video? There it is right there. Yeah, it moves away. Is the thing, so you can watch it like if he actually plays the fucking video, which of course he's gonna do, and it's all cut. And
I found a good one here.
Oh, did you find a GIF? Okay, thank God, because this is terrible.
So it's a web, I think, on Reddit.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, isn't there a GIF of this emotion? It's huge, though. It's so big, bigger than. Oh yeah, it'd be fucking massive, man. It'd be the size of. I think it would be, oh my God, be bigger than Jupiter, probably.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah,
gigantic.
Yeah. Whoa, isn't that terrifying? Like, was that in real time? Like that movement? Like, fuck. Look at that.
So this is this one that's ever been
fuck.
That's ever been explained? I've heard like there are some people that are saying that, well, let's look at this guy, this one comment here. He explained the feat. So in the article from 2012, the Pulitzer Prize winner science writer Natalie Wolchover explained that the feature, which appears to protrude from the edge of the sun and enter into the circular dark space, is known as prominence. As explained in Wolchover's article, the prominence is an area of cooler, denser plasma, highly ionized gas than the surrounding 3.5 million degree Fahrenheit corona that can extend thousands of miles into space. The dark object it feeds into is a tunnel-shaped feature called a filament channel. Even though the object looks circular, it's a trick of the angle the sun is being viewed at.
Right.
So do we buy this?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, again, this is one of those things. It's like you're dealing with plasma physics, and like most people are just going to be astronomically too fucking stupid to actually understand what the fuck's going on, us included. So it's like, yeah, I 100%. I mean, you know, again, you can invoke some other crazy explanation, but for the most part, I think that probably sounds pretty logical. It's logically sound.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen people fucking around with plasma? It looks pretty fucking weird, right? And this is just an example of like how weird it can look. So yeah, looks organic in a microscope. It does. Yeah, I think it's just plasma being shaped by magnetic fields. Exactly, Vernormus. Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Man. Yeah, I mean, but this is the thing. I mean, the sun in and of itself, when you really think about it, is pretty fucking weird. I mean, the whole thing is fucking weird. I mean, the whole thing is just extremely weird. I mean, the whole universe is extremely fucking weird. Quantum physics is unbelievably fucking weird to the point that a lot of people are betting we live in a simulation now. I mean, things are fucking weird. It's still weird. Like, people are like, oh, well, it could be alien. Like, aliens isn't even like that interesting in comparison to how weird this could really get. So like this, it's beyond aliens weird. Like, anyway, yeah.
And
so it's
I'm
still
disappointed.
interesting.
I was ready to go all in on that one. Just be like, there it is. We got it.
We got it. 100% of shit.
I think supposedly the sun. There's been word out there that the sun supposedly functions as a stargate.
Someone gonna try and fly into it? Like, test that theory for us.
Supposedly, I'm just saying. And that was the proof. There was that thing. That ship's refueling at the sun.
Refueling at the sun. Yeah. God damn. Yeah. It's in another dimension. We just can't see it properly. It's just a shadow of it. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Anyway, that was something that I just happened across that I was like, I don't know if we've ever just talked about that one.
Yeah.
There's another thing that I found too that might be fun just to talk about. I don't know if you've seen this. This was supposedly over Vancouver. Now this could very well be a fabrication, but this might be fun just to look at.
Oh, brother.
This is from a couple days ago.
Oh my gosh. Oh shit! It's above the clouds too, huh? TikTok, I see.
Yeah.
What is going on in Vancouver? It looks fun to me. Looks fun to me. Whatever it is, I mean, god damn. It could be AI. It could be Photoshop. It could be a drone.
So there was a fella that said that they did. I have to find it here.
Actually, the drone is highly unlikely due to how high that cloud cover is.
There's a fellow that said, I inverted the colors of the original clip for clarity. At a quick glance, it seems stable, and we all know the generative AI isn't very stable. The clouds stay the same, the trees stay the same, even if they go outside the camera view bounds of time. So here's the color inverted file. So it's okay. I've opened the file. It's fine.
Okay. It's it's above the cloud cover is the only weird thing. When you watch it, see how it's like above the cloud cover?
Yeah.
Interesting. It does look like some kind of a torch or something though, man. It looks like some kind of a oh, sorry. Oh, this one has the audio in it too. We can get the full effect.
Yeah,
here.
that one had the audio.
They are
the fucking music. Satellite targeting laser tech. Oh, let's fucking hope not. Holy shit, man. Yeah, the music's very spooky. Yeah, the default sci-fi TikTok music is that the fucking go-to meme, man. Holy shit! Like, what the fuck? Like, oh my god.
This is supposedly another video of the object.
Oh, from another perspective.
Yeah, supposedly.
Oh, it's coming. Okay, it's coming. It's down now. What is going on in Vancouver? I mean, it's definitely fucking weird. I mean, whatever the fuck's going on. Like, if it's some kind of a light on the ground that's projecting this, I mean, or if he's just like created some kind of a fucking thing in Photoshop, who knows?
Anyway, so one reply to this is to say that it's just the Aurora Borealis. Nothing to see here. To which someone posted a picture of Superintendent Chalmers saying, well, may I see it?
Holy fuck. Someone's never seen the Aurora Borealis before. Yeah.
Well, that's the meme where he goes, Aurora Borealis. At this time of day, this time of year, this season, localized entirely in your kitchen. To which Skinner goes, yes. And he says, well, may I see it? And then Skinner says, no.
I haven't seen that. Interesting.
I think that's supposed to be the Simpsons meme.
Interesting.
I think that's the King Simpsons meme, the Aurora Borealis.
Interesting. This is I mean that's some kind of generative, either AI or it's some kind of new projector on the ground, like a light, like for like a movie theater or some shit. Yeah, you know the episode very well. Steamed hams.
It is in fact steamed hams.
This is steamed hams. Interesting. Yeah. Be having like bubble fill there. The weird thing is that it goes through the cloud cover again. You watch it carefully. You can watch it come out through the cloud cover at the beginning. It goes into and comes out of the cloud cover. I don't know. You'd need somebody on the case who knows. Again, like, is it AI? What the fuck is it? But yeah,
here's some pictures.
Oh.
Here's some other pictures.
Oh, some stills of it, huh? How do I fucking open this? Yes, visit. Oh my fucking God, I hate when it does this. There we go. Yes, visit the site. Okay, there's the still, yeah. Interesting. Yeah. It's very interesting. Who knows, right? I mean, anything on TikTok, for whatever reason, I'm just instantly suspicious of, but that's because there's just so much shit on TikTok. It's so hard to fucking know. Like,
well,
it's impossible to know.
There is also this.
This is the only thing he's posted. Yeah.
There is also this.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Golf says he kind of sees the outline of a bird, a large one. Oh my fucking God. Better not stay away from Vancouver.
Yeah, that bird's come back.
PTSD.
What have we manifested on the world?
What have you manifested?
These birds have been causing nothing but trouble.
1.2 million views. There you go. Wow, there's a new video too. It looks like he's launching something into the air. Yep. Maybe the explanation as to what's going on here.
Yep.
Interesting, yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Crazy shit. Strange orbs, yeah. Watch your kid. There you go. 11,000 followers. There you go. Is that what I have to do here? We have to just create a fucking meme to blow the followers up? Is that what needs to be done? Like, just fucking... There's kids on TikTok have fucking 11,000 followers. I'm not memeing hard enough. We're not memeing hard enough. That's what we need to do. Dear Christ. That's very interesting.
I thought you might enjoy that.
Yeah.
Would you like some QAnon slop?
Oh, you know I always love a bit of QAnon slop, sir. I can't resist. Yeah.
There's something else that I wanted into. No, I don't know what energetic synthesis is, but perhaps you might know something about this.
Oh, God. Yeah. Not busty enough. So is this a kid saying he sees the things all the time? Supposedly, man. Yeah. People can look him up if they want to go take a look. At Watch Your Kid on TikTok. Fraud or legit? Who is Lisa Renee at Energetic Synthesis? What's this all about, GALENTV?
I don't know. All I saw was energetic synthesis saying, what is that? And then I saw QAnon and I said, all right, maybe old Jim Russell knows something about this.
Energetic synthesis numbering in the thousands. Ex-members claim it is apparently attached to QAnon. Hundreds of ex-members also claim mind-controlled experiments, drugging, abuse, physical and sexual, harassment, child pornography, financial crime, human trafficking. Sounds like just your everyday fucking DC politician.
They're missing aliens, and they would have fit like all the conspiracies right there.
On their site, they claim Nordics, Europeans to be evil, negative aliens. There you go.
Huh.
They just hit it all by in one meme.
Huh.
Time long energetic synthesis. What the fuck? Oh my God. This is SKIZ0 Sunday. I mean, why the fuck not? Timelines energetic synthesis. I can guarantee, I already know what we're walking into here, and I don't really want to walk into it. Timelines.
We can go to something else then.
Oh, well, no, I mean,
you got to go to the website, energeticsynthesis.com.
It's too late now. We have to we're here. She's an indigo walk-in here.
Particular blueprint.
Oh, I see. You looked at the video.
The indigo blueprint.
I'm playing it right now.
And many of us are aware that there are many indigo children being born on the planet, but some of...
Man, she is fucking cooked. She is absolutely sauteed. I think I'm like, her eyes are fucking cooked, man.
us are indigo adults. And as a child, I was fully aware that something was different within me in the way I viewed a hierarchical process.
Autism, I can tell you that.
Power and imbalance seemed to be very clear to me, and that there was a utopian world that wanted to be born from within my heart to share with the world.
You know, I just talked to someone that reminds me of this. I bought these rocks in the weekend. You know what I learned though? I mean, you guys can see that. Let me pull up my camera. I got this little oh, look at my shirt's disappearing as I do this, sparkling just like the gold. It's called goldstone. Now, of course, I'm stupid enough to think that this was a real rock. I'm like, oh my God, there's a fucking rock that looks like that. And then of course I go home and I Google goldstone, and it's a fake rock. I was like, you fucking Liars debated me. Anyway, someone sold me these rocks. They had so many rocks. I've never seen so many rocks. They actually had some really cool quartz, like really cool smoky. I should have bought that instead. But I mentioned that there were these. This is shungite here. I got some shungite. I posted this in the Discord. People may not have seen it, but I think this was like $5. Like that. There was this cool little shungite pyramid, and I was like, oh, it's cool. It's just like a little, thing. It's like $57 fucking dollars. $57. It's like this fucking big. $57. I said, no, thank you. So this'll do. I can tinker with it. I can play with it, Yeah. I didn't want to tell me, brother, that it wasn't a real rock. Fuck. They debated me, man. Yeah. God fucking damn it. Yeah. Typical unemployed person purchase behavior. That's 100% Malibu, yeah. Although even employed, I do like rocks. I was a rock kid. I did like crystals, and she used to grow crystals in our closet. And that's not what people think it might be, but you get these crystal growing kits, and you would literally put them in your closet, and you'd be at school, being like, yeah, my dad's like helped me grow crystal in the closet. That used to be a thing back in the 90s. They had these little crystal growing kits. You could grow like quartz crystal in your closet. I remember that. And I think you can dye them and shit too. It was really cool. It was really fucking cool. They probably don't have those kits around anymore, but
sorry. Like really big into like marbles too in elementary school?
I kind of like marbles. Like I wasn't like that big into marbles, like or Crazy Bones, and I wasn't really big into like any of those fads, like Pokemon cards, Tamagotchis. What was the other one? Pogs. Those are another one. Like I wasn't huge.
I never bought into Pogs either.
Yeah, Pogs, Crazy Bones. I was never huge into any of them really.
Yeah, now I don't even know what Crazy Bones are.
Beyblade. I was too old by the time Beyblades came around. I was like, that's fucking lame. Like, get the fuck out of here with that. Like, but yeah, I was. Why did you like marbles?
I had marble. I definitely had marbles.
Oh, did you like big ones or like small ones?
I think both.
You like play with both?
Yeah, big and small.
What was the big one
at the dollar store?
Like what were the biggest ones you had? What were the biggest ones you play with?
Probably like twice as big as my nutsack.
No, that's not that bad. Fuck,
Which is huge, obviously. It's obviously just gigantic.
We used to have like bowling ball size ones, like big, like fucking, like.
Yeah, I don't know.
Must have weighed like 20 pounds. Yeah.
I don't think I ever had like bowling ball size ones, but like, definitely ones that probably were like a pound or two.
Oh my God. Fuck yeah. It was weird when I was a kid. Like I remember, I had this thing where like you'd want to taste stuff, like certain things, like you get your brain mixed up, where like you get a flavor off it. You know what it was though? Remember the Jawbreakers they used to make? You ever eat Jawbreakers? You ever have a Jawbreaker?
No, I never liked any of those like candies.
Yeah, we used to love the Warheads, the sour Warheads, and I remember we would get these Jawbreakers too, and they'd be like fucking huge, and you'd have to just suck on them until they shrank. So dangerous for kids, like. If you got that lodged in your throat, you'd just be fucking dead. But yeah, it's just crazy shit. Yeah. he's lost. He's lost it all now. Yeah. Fuck yeah. God damn it. Yeah. Nice segue, man. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Kind of off topic, but do you know anything about portals? Someone wants to take me to a location with several portals and says it can be dangerous. I would just go.
You have the portal gun?
Yeah,
you're not going to Aperture Science, are you? That place is so good.
Don't go to Aperture Science. I would just go. Yeah, from what I know, when people talk about portals, usually like crystal-esque kind of people, different enormous. It's like these sacred sites that give off certain energy. Like I know people talk about Stonehenge as being a portal site, where it's like a portal. It has this like energy due to the megalithic construction, like the frequencies are raised there, and technically that's like a portal where you can feel like. You're like your hair stands on ends and like this is a portal energy. Yeah. That's where you're in Florida though, aren't you? That might want to. Are there portals in Florida?
Hey, why not? Maybe he's going out to the Everglades where that guy found the Remember the temple?
Maybe, yeah. Take a portable umbrella, yeah. No, like some Native American guy showed them to him, says I have to visit them in a particular order. It's on some back road on a creek. You know, honestly, you know what before I watched the Missing 411 documentaries, I would have probably been like, fuck yeah, let's go. After watching those, I would be like, fuck no. And
after watching those, you're like, we're just staying in Miami.
Well, so I think this was in the episode last night we watched. I can't remember. We rewatched one of the Dave Paulides' documentaries last night, who does the Missing 411. And some areas, now the problem is a lot of the settlers pushed Native American peoples out. And so when that happened, we lost all of that wisdom, i.e. anecdotes of places where weird shit happened. And they say, yeah, you know, stay the fuck away from that place over there. Like, there's been like 30 people have just disappeared. Right? And like that would have been great to know about. And then, but then obviously we pushed them off. And now they're not around anymore. So now those places that are weird, people go to. And he had told this story at the start of the documentary, which just after the beginning, I guess, of this lady who was living in a remote area, like they were like in a national park, and she was working as a cook, and she kind of been around for like years in these national parks, hiking like a proper like woodswoman. Anyway, she just went out for a walk with her dog, and she just disappeared. And then they found her dog like a couple weeks later. And then shortly after she disappeared, a TV crew was in the area to explore some abandoned gold mines. And they were doing like a ghost kind of adventures type show because supposedly the area was haunted. And one of the people with the crew, they had a big crew with them, I don't know who it was, he said, started freaking out. Like something was wrong. Like they didn't know what's wrong with him, sorry. And he started freaking, and he just bolted in the woods, just ran away from the crew, went missing, never found him. Missing person, gone. Never found him ever again. Same with the woman. And I can't remember if this is what he referenced, but there was some talk too about, you know, Native peoples. There are some of those areas where people have gone missing where Native Americans have warned, again, like there's no-go areas. And it may have been in the documentary I was watching just before. There was another guy disappeared in Alaska too. Like he'd gone up there camping. He was going by himself for weeks on end. And they had went, and when he didn't come home after the time expired, they went and they found his camp like all set up. And then his backpack was packed, but he was just gone. And supposedly that was an area in this video that was like a no-go zone. Like that, you know, other people had gone missing. Mount Shasta was one of the areas they were talking about, man. Yeah. Oh man, it's fucking terrifying. Yeah. That's what I've been wondering. I've visited a few times, and he says they have lots of energy. Man, yeah, I guess they would know, right? Like those Native peoples have those oral traditions and stories and histories, and they go back, and like they'd be the people to fucking know, right? I mean, you know, it's the people living here that don't have any context, and some of these, it doesn't make any sense. And I don't think Dave Paulides has figured out what's going on either. It's not just aliens taking people. It might be more complicated than that. But, you know, it's definitely fucking weird though. Like there's some weird shit. Like, yeah, check for the ley lines. Yeah, Mount Shasta, there's many missing people. Yeah, that was one of the areas he just brought up again in that documentary. Yeah. Where Mount Shasta is classic for weird shit going on. I know remote viewers have remote viewed the area. There's like weird shit going on there energetically. I don't know. Don't go above the tree line, so the natives say. Is that what they say? Interesting. Yeah, up in the mountains. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. There was,
yeah, that makes sense.
There was two other guys. Not to interrupt you, GALENTV. There's two other guys that he talked about who were experienced hikers that also went missing on Mount Shasta, I believe. And it was back in 1999, and the press statement from the local authorities was just literally that this is really weird. That the literal press statement about the guy's disappearance is because they knew them. That's how much they had hiked the area. Was like, this is very weird for them to disappear. Like everything disappeared, all their stuff, and they had hiked it multiple times. Like they didn't just fall down like a crevasse or something. They just literally vanished off the mountain. All their stuff vanished. And just, you know, really, to me, now the other interesting thing they brought up too, and I think this is what I was watching a video before that going over, because Dave's released some books and they have way more information than the documentaries. And one interesting anecdote was that a lot of people, I guess, have been hiking through trails in national parks over the years. And there's this phenomena of a portal, or there's another way they described it, but it was almost like at the end of the trail, it looked like water at the end of the trail, but like the end of the trail looked like water. And it was almost kind of like shimmering and like waving, like it was weird. And there was a couple accounts of people supposedly who had walked through there, and then the area was different, and they walk back. Essentially, they get ported from one area of the trail to the other. And I guess it's not. There are many accounts of this and anecdotes, and like that again. Like I would have to say probably there's something fucky going on there. Maybe it's some kind of natural phenomenon we don't understand, but like very interesting anecdotes. Yeah. I do recall him telling me the times he had visited the portals, he had missing time or time moving really fast. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Yeah, he's gone to Agartha. I would get fucking nervous. I would get nervous around that shit now. Just because there's so many people that have, and that's the thing, it's like, with Dave's work, he's just, and this is, I'll shut up here in a second, but the last thing, probably the most terrifying thing that he said in the documentary, he only makes mention of it for like 2 or 3 minutes. But there was a woman, and it was actually out at Mount Shasta, I'm pretty sure. And she was up there by herself. I think she was a photographer. She was doing nature photography. And she vanished, but they found her camera way up in a tree. And he had gone to one of the parks people, and there's like state level investigators that look into these missing persons cases. And he had a conversation with the investigator about that case because he was requesting information on it. And the guy told him, you will never, for the entirety of your life, ever see the contents of that case. And he said, like, what? Like, why wouldn't you do? He's like, it'll never see the light of day. And he was just like, that's craziness. Like, so he tried to get the information, he couldn't. But the guy literally just told him outright, supposedly, that it was so weird that you're just not going to see any of it would happen to her. And I was like, that fucking terrifies me. That they're sitting on information, some of them, and some of these disappearances are fucking weird, and they know it, and they have the evidence to show that, and they're withholding it because they're probably afraid of what the general public will think or say. They'll never visit the area again, right? That's what will happen. The tourism will tank. They'll never go in the woods there ever again if they release some of that data. But so they're allowing people to just go, right? For the sake of it, for the sake of tourism. That's just fucked. Anyway, I thought I'd just tell that little tidbit. Pretty crazy. Crazy shit. Yeah, anyway, yeah.
Yeah, they should have come prepared.
Have you ever seen those documentaries, GALENTV?
I think I listened to one while I was playing WoW like several months ago, so
yeah,
kind of.
Yeah, it's definitely, they're definitely worth a watch. It's just and it's only in these national parks usually. Which is what's weird, where these people go missing, and yeah, it's very strange. You never seen them. Maybe that's for the best. You should maybe take a watch, Div and Ormus, before you go on that adventure down on the portal journey, just to give you an idea. I mean, I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means.
I'm gonna have a hot take here.
Let's hear your hot take. Yeah.
The people that go missing in those things, they just like are purposely looking to either get lost or they're just going in ill prepared, and they're just like, it's just a bad situation that was going to happen no matter what, just because of dumb decisions.
You think? Thank you for the sub, man. You think?
Now, some of those could very well be just like kidnapping cases or whatnot. But still, though, if you're going to go to like one of those parks and then you go like way off the trail and whatnot, like what the hell did you think was going to happen?
Well, here's the weird thing about that, though. There's tons of cases where that happens. And people get killed by mountain lions, they get killed by bears, they trip, they fall, they break their leg, they fall into a crevasse, they fall into a hole, they never find their bodies. The weird things with those cases, though, with Dave's cases is he only covers the cases usually where search and rescue had anomalies. And the number one anomaly he looks for is the dogs couldn't find a scent of the person. And that's usually where he starts with these cases, is when there's no scent trail. And now there's a couple things supposedly that can affect the scent trail if it's long enough. But in a lot of these cases, search and rescue's on the scene within 24 hours at least.
It was covered up by the scent of sex and cannabis.
You think? Yeah, no.
That's what was happening.
No, it's just gone. The trail's just gone. Yep. And that's the weirdest thing about all the cases is that there's no scent trail at all. And then there's other anecdotes too from some of the stories of animals that were with people. There was another story of a guy who, I'm essentially just talking about the whole fucking documentary, but there was this story about a guy who went with his friends hiking up in the mountains during the winter, and they were all at camp, but he insisted he wanted to just go up ahead a little bit farther and look ahead. And so they said, go ahead. And he had only put on like a light jacket to go look. And after like 20, 30 minutes, they got worried. And so they got all their shit together and they were going to go up and look for him. And one of the guys had a dog with him. This is back in the mid 70s. This happened. And the dog is normally like a hunting, like trail dog. It refused to leave the tent. It was terrified. And that spooked the shit out of them, that the dog was terrified. It wouldn't even leave the tent. Never found the guy. To this day, he's gone. Just vanished. Couldn't find his scent anywhere. Just literally vanished. So pretty fucking nuts. Like, yeah. What if they get carried out by a bird?
Yeah, well, I was just about to say, baby, that's exactly what happened when them big eagles came by.
I mean, yeah, that might be it. Well, let's talk about the Tengu, right? Wasn't it the Tengu, or they're the Japanese flying demons that are grabbing people off the mountain there in Japan? Yeah.
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 Might have been it. I don't remember.
Yeah. You're talking about Lemuria earlier, Aaron. Yeah, Lemuria, lost continent, kind of like Atlantis. Legends say after Lemuria sank into the ocean, the survivors fled and built an underground city called Telos beneath Mount Shasta in Northern California. These Lemurians are said to be highly evolved beings, spiritually advanced, tall, peaceful, and often described as wearing white robes. Yeah, there's been supposed encounters with these beings. One of them...
That was a mistranslation, and that it was really just the Temple of the Ninth Talos. Down there at the bottom.
The Elder Scrolls, yeah. Yeah, the other one, I mean, we're just going to talk about this whole fucking thing now. I guess let's look up this woman on the fucking page here. I'll just pull this up for the name.
She's got that look like that, oh, hell, who was the other guy? Not Grush. That guy was, his name escapes me, the egg guy.
Oh, Jake Barber.
Oh,
yeah.
Barber, that was it. Yeah, she has the exact same look in her eyes that Barber had during the Cole Hart interview.
Seen some shit.
Like, man, they must have just taken, like, maybe even a full gram of, like, methamphetamine before they did that interview.
Fucking, yeah. Seen some shit. It was in Mount Shasta, the other story, where supposedly this boy went missing. He, like, disappeared right in front of his parents, essentially. And when he got back, he told the story of what had happened. And he said his grandmother had appeared to him and told him to follow her. So he ran following his grandmother up into this cave. And when he got to the cave, he slowly started to realize that this wasn't his grandmother. And the face is the first thing that was revealed. So it was interesting because this has happened in UFO abduction cases. But people, when they remember it retroactively, when they remember the encounter, it's like layers, like an onion get peeled away. And slowly, it wasn't his grandmother, and it became less and less human. And it was some weird face, like glowing face. And it was asking him questions, but he couldn't remember what exactly it wanted. And it was inquiring to the boy. And then after a while, I'm assuming the creature realized this kid was too young to tell it anything, and then it just kind of shooted out of the cave. And then he just remembers waking up in the brush. And search and rescue had been looking for him for like 24 hours at that point. And he just appeared, and they'd walked through that area. And he was just there. So, yeah. Yeah.
Actually, speaking of Liberia sinking, there's a song that's actually a nice segue into another thing that I have.
Ooh.
That you may or may not be interested in.
Oh, heavens.
So this was somebody that was making claims about that Google Earth was in fact scary, that you can find things on Google Earth or mystery images. So this is one that was linked here. So he highlighted what appears to be some kind of, I don't know if that's structure.
Where was this?
Here's the original, the unaltered one.
Oh yeah,
here.
That's weird.
For comparison.
The fuck? Where is this? We can probably find it. Jesus Christ.
So where was that? Northern, is that
Trinidad? So it's by Trinidad. Okay. It's by Mariana's Trench. Is it by there? Let's go.
Yeah, that would be Northern Mariana Islands.
Interesting.
That's what I was wondering. Oh, also the
let's see.
No, it doesn't say the Marianas Trench there.
Northern Mariana Islands.
Yeah, let's see where that
right
is.
Here. Okay. Okay, where are we at now? We have to find where we are. Where the fuck he was. Where is he now? It looks like T on something. I'm trying to see here, like a little. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, you look like you're really close to it.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I can kind of see it, the outline on it on your stream.
Oh, we're way back. We're way back. Oh, there it is there. I see. Okay, I see it. This is it here. This is where he got it from.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's way back. He's around the other way. Is that where he's around? Like here? Interesting. This might be a consequence of the see how it's blurred. See how it's the water's blurred, so from a distance it's giving it a geometric shape. But when you actually zoom in, it's not, it's weird. From a distance it looks like it's strange, right? But when you actually zoom in, you can see that the picture itself is of a lower quality. And they've almost like created this pattern, Yeah,
it almost looks like. Yeah. Every now and then you find some people that find stuff and they put coordinates of Google Earth. So,
sorry.
What was this?
I was just gonna say the Astromeria. I thought it's by Trinidad and Tobago, but it's way the fuck. It's by Tinian, way the fuck on the other side of the planet. Yeah.
Here's another one. This is by South Georgia and South Sandwich Islands. Sandwich Islands, hey.
Sandwich Islands, yeah. Interesting. Where is this? Is the just the weird geologic feature? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the geologic feature that's you can kind of see like the outline of like a pattern. That might actually be the same one. I can't tell.
Yeah, geometric blurring is because they scan the ocean in grid sections. That would explain it. That would explain it.
Is that another one that's a little bit funnier though? You may want to just look at that before you put that up on the stream. It should be fine. But
huge cock. Is it actually like he just pinned it huge cock? Because it looks like a huge cock. Okay, I see
it
what
looks
it means
like
now,
one.
yeah. Interesting. See, this is an example of pareidolia, where we see what we want. Sometimes people see what they want.
Yeah. Then there's another example of that. There's somebody that said this is a giant fish is what this is, and this was...
Yeah. You're born in Trinidad. Oh, fuck yeah. I think you've mentioned that before, haven't you, Astromeria? Yeah. That's the underwater alien base cloaking device. Yeah. See, but we'll usually go for that explanation because that's more exciting, right? Like,
well, yeah.
We're not necessarily after the truth. We're after, like, our truth. That's the most important thing.
That's just a buried cigar-shaped UFO, really.
Holy fuck, brother. What am I even fucking... Yeah. Oh, this is the Eye of Africa, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
I didn't know what I was looking at here.
I was pretty sure it was the Sahara, but I wasn't just 100% sure.
Hold on. The Eye... Can I find this? We'll find this. Come on now. Holy fuck, brother. Eye of Africa. I don't think that's the official name for it. The Richat structure. Good boy, Google Earth. Oh, we're way too close, though. It looks like an actual it looks like a geological structure at that distance. It's not exciting. There, now it looks a bit more artificial. That's way better, yeah. Zoom into the bottom leftish. Oh, you mean this one here? This? Jim, my type brother, I used to be like single fucking point finger. Like, I used to be one of these fucking guys here. Like, this is how I used on my fucking MacBook back in the day. I'd be like fucking Alex Collier.
On a side note, you know that's supposedly how George R.R. Martin types. Is he just uses his index, like one index finger?
That would explain a lot. That would explain a lot, wouldn't it? Yeah. That would explain a lot.
I'd heard that before. That's supposedly how he writes his books.
Yeah. I had the same idea before I could finish typing. So never mind, all my heavens, great minds think alike. Here we are in Mauritania. I love the Top Gear lads went to Mauritania for a reason special. And it was a fucking meme. I loved it. And I couldn't believe it. And they actually went there, I think, because of like Jimmy fucking whatever his last name is on YouTube, because he was memeing about the Richat structure. They drove through it with cars. And unfortunately, it is not the fucking resting place of Atlantis. It's a funny meme. And Mauritania used to be an incredibly wealthy nation back before whatever the fuck happened here happened. A huge gold mine.
I remember that. There was speculation that was Atlantis, was the Eye of Africa.
There's a couple, actually the wealthiest human to ever live, I believe, lived in Mauritania. He had a huge gold mine. He had an unimaginable amount of gold. But anyway, there's talk of like there were elephants that lived here. There's some parallels with what Plato described, but the Cid is way too big. This is not what Plato described in the Cretaceous. Yeah. Yeah, change your elevation to 3D, low down. You can see the mountains in the distance just by Plato. Yes, that's it. That's it, Aaron. Yeah. 3D. And then we go down. There you can see. Right there, yeah. Although, I'm still 100% on the Azores, because the Azores also would have had a mountain range. They still have a mountain range. And I think it fits more with the description. Now, this is just outside the Pillars of Heracles or the Straits of Gibraltar, which are right here. But and this was, some people think, subjected to some kind of a giant wave. There's people looking into this right now, because this was attributed to wind, this erosion here, but they're thinking now, unfortunately, this may have been water. That's another one. Like the day, if we ever figure this out and it turns out to be water, that's gonna be a dark day for humanity. Because this didn't happen that long. This only happened 10,000 years ago. So anyway, trying to think about that one. Yeah, Reynold Carlson. Yeah.
I know you've got. There's been a couple times where you've looked at spots on Google Earth. What is there any particular I guess spooky spot that you've ever discovered on Google Earth? Have you ever discovered anything just by searching without any kind of guidance at all? You're just kind of looking around on Google Earth or something? And have you found anything just by pure coincidence that you go now what is going on here?
That's a good question, actually. I don't know. I mean, probably we just recently were looking through all of the blast sites around Area 51. It was a test site range where they blew up a bunch of nuclear hydrogen weapons. That's pretty terrifying. But I mean, actual weird anomalies, I don't know. I spent a lot of time looking through it. I don't know. I mean, this is one of them recently that people started to look into, which is this, because they found there's a shitload of salt deposits here, like salt mines and salt deposits, and there's sea life too. And so that in tandem with these markings started to make people think, this might have been a wave. So more recently, when I looked at it too, I mean, I don't have any background in understanding, how waves are going to affect landscapes, but I looked at this and I thought, especially here, oh fuck, it does kind of look like that, doesn't it? But I mean, that's obviously my opinion is not worth a lot on this, but
you suppose then it was kind of you ever see the clip of the senator of the United States who asked if the island would capsize if too much weight was loaded onto one side of an island. That the island might like tip and flip over.
Who's that? No, I didn't see that one. That's a
oh, you should look at that.
Is he fucking? Oh god, he's one of these fundamentalist types that fucking works in government. Yeah.
No, it was just like a genuine, like, honest to god question that the guy was asking. Do a search, like a U.S. like politician asks about island capsizing. It's worth a look.
Poor guy. Hank asked this? Hank Johnson? Oh, Fierce Island tip over.
Here is Congressman Johnson.
Like it.
This is a island that at its
it was Bill O'Reilly.
Widest level is what, 12 miles from shore to shore. Yeah, my fear is that the whole island will become so overly populated that it will tip over and capsize.
No truth to the rumor he's related to Snoop Dogg? No truth. All right, or that there's a blue moon involved in that?
Yeah, right.
Okay, so we're going to say...
It was kind of a racist joke, but I mean, that nothing to do with fucking Hank's ethnicity. That's just a dumb question.
And 8,000 troops in the country.
That's one that I guess they were just roasting him like on the ballot road. But there was one like there was supposedly like a clip from like the C-SPAN or something where that was actually like going on. Where he was asking the question where he's like, no, the island might capsize and turn over, and you're just like, well, hold on here a second. But I guess the thought would be is like what exactly would an island be? But it's just like it's effectively like, well, for lack of a better phrase, a mountain that's kind of sticking out of the ocean, I guess.
Yeah, literally, it's just a large mass of land, that protrudes out from the ocean. So you can see in Google Earth how they're made. I mean, you could have a landslide maybe, but yeah, when they talk about Göbekli Tepe being buried on purpose, I can't help but wonder if the site of this silt was from a flood. Well, man, yeah, if you look at that too, right? This is the thing. Like, where the fuck are we here? I'm all fucking discombobulated now.
We were looking at anomalies or geological anomalies or even just anything spooky that you've ever come across personally on Google Earth.
I mean, when you look at this, right? When you look at this area, I mean, so Northern Africa back, I think 10,000 years ago was lush. It was kind of like just like Central Africa here. It didn't look like this. We know this because they have the data from it. Like they've dug up the area and found the archaeological evidence that it was once lush. Something happened and caused it to become barren, right, and full of sand. Now, one of the other interesting anomalies with that is the amount of salt. And then there has been sea life and whale bones and shit found throughout here, supposedly. Now the same goes for here, right? Throughout Saudi Arabia and kind of the Middle East. And when you zoom out and look, I mean, now to suggest a wave did this, I mean, we've already done the math on this on another stream, and we just don't even want to do the math because it's like some ridiculous wave. I don't think it's 1,000. I think it's like 10,000 feet. You'd have to have a ridiculous wave, which I don't think is even possible.
It was when North America capsized and flipped over.
It flipped over, holy fucking Christ. But, Turkey and Göbekli Tepe is right up here. So, I mean, where's Göbekli Tepe? There. So there's Göbekli Tepe right there, right? There's the red dot on the map. Now, Göbekli Tepe is, I don't think, too far away from Mount Ararat in Turkey. So actually, it's really far away. What the fuck? I thought it was pretty close. Maybe not. So Mount Ararat in Turkey is famously, there's a lot of scholars who think that Mount Ararat is actually the resting place of the real Noah's Ark, whose actual name was probably Untapishtim because he was out of Mesopotamia. out of Samaria was where the story comes from. And it may have even preceded them. It likely did. So whatever the person's name was, there possibly are remnants of a ark on Mount Ararat. And there's something else here too. Sea life. I think this is true. Round Mount Ararat. I'm pretty sure this is true. We'll see what it says. Yeah, Terrain Beast. No, thank you, sir, for the resub. God bless. You're asking if there's been aquatic life found near Mount Ararat. Tiny freshwater critters, insects, leeches, myths. Some ark hunters have speculated preserved marine fossils, none confirmed. Pretty sure somebody found some whale bones, but that maybe that's up for debate still. But they definitely think they found the ark up there. So you, that's a very high elevation. I don't know if we can turn 3D on for the area, just to give you an idea of like what we're talking about here. And just to give people an idea of how far away the nearest, I mean, it wouldn't have come out of the Black Sea, right? It wouldn't have come out of this body of water here, the Caspian Sea. It would have had to have come from somewhere else if this is actually a wave. Now, where would the wave have come from? Well, it would have had to have been a huge wave if it came out of the Pacific or the Indian Ocean. Sorry. And if it did make its way up to Mount Ararat, I've lost that Mount Ararat up in here. I mean, it would have come through all of these places as well. So, I don't know. Oh, sorry, I just saw it. I'm so late. You already give your take on the pyramid stuff. Your bro was going off today about it, was asking your thoughts if you believe in it. Answer me now, Jim. Derail the stream for me. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. Thank you, sir, for the sub, sir. You are a top sub here, I see again. Yes, we're waiting for more data. TLDR and the pyramid slop, because not everyone was here when we talked about it before anyway. Pyramid slop.
Filmed the newfound footage of it.
Oh, you have the footage of it, the release, yeah. So the guy.
No, I mean the one that I sent you.
Oh yes, we saw the Anunnaki footage earlier. Yeah, I may have closed that actually. But where the fuck did I put it at? Actually, War Drinker had posted in the Discord about. He had posted about. I thought I pulled it up. I did pull it up here somewhere about the guy's background and history. Did he say yes? They're going to be releasing a paper. Yeah. So what they did was they did a press conference to release the initial findings, which is what you typically would do. But they gave the press conference exclusive rights to this lady on YouTube who I think maybe wants to sleep with the gentleman who was involved in the discovery. I shouldn't say that. It's not really fair. But, again, she got the exclusive and she locked it behind a paywall too, which was wonderful. People think she has since released it, but we're just waiting for more data. Yeah. It is pretty mainstream. Saw a Moist Critical video on it. Yeah, everyone's talking about it. Essentially, it's just a claim. There's no hard data behind it. They had made a claim back in 2022 that they found unknown chambers in Khufu's pyramid, which is the Great Pyramid at Giza, and people aren't really with them on that finding. They didn't really think, looking at the data, the peer review, that it seemed like anything. So I don't really have high hopes on it. If it's true, it will rewrite human history instantaneously. But yeah, not enough data. So we're gonna wait for the paper to come out and wait till like Robert Schoch or people who are actually experts in the area can actually comment on it properly. So yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, that's a TLDR. So we derailed the stream for you, Train Beast. Hopefully you're satisfied now. But yeah, I don't believe it. We'll see the data, and we'll have experts interpret the data and go from there. So, but yeah, it's interesting.
Are you ready to believe it though?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, sir. Am I ready to believe it? I mean, would it surprise me? Yeah, it would surprise me if it was to that degree.
I'm ready to go. Of course, I was ready for the JFK files, and that has supposedly been kind of a dud. Although I see you've got something up there that says that maybe Lyme disease is. In fact,
it was a video that Buddy was doing here that the military was finding the tick virus in the same lab as COVID. It's the same playbook. Deep dives into how the Pentagon created Lyme disease 60 years ago in the same lab as COVID. Shocking reveal new to JFK files that basically confirms the Pentagon creation of and intent to deploy the tick-borne virus Lyme disease, detailed in Chris Newbody's book Bitten. Yeah. But it's there's some things corroborating it there, supposedly, which we went over recently, and the Y files actually covered. I had no idea about this. Yeah. But pretty disturbing, pretty fucked, actually. Extremely disturbing, really. Yeah.
I was hyped for those, and I was hyped for that, but it's just needs more information.
With the pyramid, you mean?
Well, JFK files, pyramids, all that stuff. Many such cases.
Yeah, the JFK files just need to be yeah. Brother. Yeah.
I tell you about one thing I found on Google Earth.
Oh yeah, let's hear it.
I don't know if I could find it again.
Oh,
but
okay.
There's a string of one of the things I would let me go Google Earth now just to see if I can kind of give you the location, because I don't remember the names of it, but it was way in the Pacific Ocean. You know how there's like absolutely nothing going on there?
Oh yeah.
It turns out there's a bunch of little tiny islands scattered here or there throughout the Pacific Ocean.
Oh yeah.
And which one was it? Was it the Pitcairn Islands? Is this what it was? No, that doesn't look like it. There was one little set of islands that looked like it had like a little bit of like it had some like population on it. And I was looking through it, and because I was thinking, I was like, I wonder what it would be like just live on like one of those small islands, like a very small community, like maybe like 1,000 people way out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean or something. And you kind of like part of you was just kind of like, I better be pretty comfy. But then the other part is like, you would have to literally import like everything, and it would take forever to import everything too. So depends on how much you're willing to give up of the hustle and bustle of the mainland on all the trade routes and whatnot.
Yeah.
But as I was searching through, there's like, you can sometimes find like pictures that people have taken. And on one of those islands, I remember clicking on it, and it was a picture, and it was like, because you go down to Street View, and on the Street View, it was somebody that had taken like a 3D picture inside like a room in a home, and it had like somebody holding up a sign saying like "Happy Birthday, Adam" or something on it.
Jesus Christ, that's deep. Deep, yeah.
I don't remember the name. It was something that was like "Happy Birthday, Adam" or like Eric or something.
We get called up by Malibu. Says he wasn't in Kazakhstan in search of Pacific Islands. He wanted me to actually go to the Pacific Islands. I was fascinated by this region of the world where it's so many unknown shit. That here we're in the Pacific Islands. Interesting. Yeah, it's a really when you think about the resource, though, it's insane that we have this as a resource now. You can literally go anywhere on Earth, any corner, and people are like, "Fucking, I'm bored today." I was like, "Fuck, you can literally go anywhere you want on planet Earth, and you're on your phone for fuck's sakes." If you went and you showed people this 200 years ago, you said, "I got this little box in my hand. It can do anything I want. It can answer almost any question that you have. It can't really do math. The AI can't really do math. And I can show you anywhere on planet Earth right now." They'd think you were like a literal fucking wizard. They probably would actually crucify you and like, call you like a witch or a wizard or some shit. But like, you can go literally anywhere you want. Like, I can go anywhere in fucking Australia that I want. I can zoom in pretty goddamn close in some of these places, right? We're right in the fucking bush. Look, we're deep in the fucking bush of Australia. Look, it's that crazy. Go to Tasmania. Yeah, we can do that. I can manage that for you, Malibu. Fuck. Yeah. The question is how many weird things have people found? Yeah. Well, that face up in Canada, I think technically was found, right? If I recall correctly, maybe on Google Earth. I can't remember. But it became popular again, and people look. It's in Alberta, northern Alberta, but it's maybe pareidolia. Some people think it may be some like Native American relic, but there's Tasmania. It looks kind of like a swamp, actually. Not as exciting as you might have thought it was. Wilburville. People like live on Tasmania, like just, oh yeah, I guess they do. Look, holy fuck, look, there's people's homes right there. Zoom in on the guy's pool, for Christ's sake. Look, right in Tasmania, there we go, right there, look. Zoom right fucking in. Right there, look. Oh, those aren't pools, they're like little porches, but like that guy's yard's a fucking mess, but look, you can zoom right in on their fucking home. Isn't that crazy, man? And you can go through the layers too, or you can go through past photos and shit, but yeah. Just nuts, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Interesting. You wonder. The real wonder is like the water too, though, right? Like, I mean, how they map this, right? But like, if you could find inconsistencies somewhere around here, and then all of the things that are blanked out too. There are like military sites, some of them are blanked out here. You know, who knows? Go to the beach in Tasmania. Is that where you want to go right now?
Oh, what the fuck?
What?
I just found like the inside of like what is this, like a home design shop, just like in the middle of, just off the coast of like Antarctica.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there's oh no, never mind, not off the coast. Well, no, that's south of I am big time disoriented. I guess that's south of Australia.
There's the beach of Tasmania, Melba, right there, look. It's all in 3D.
Oh, it was Antarctica, just off the coast of Antarctica. Yeah, if you like turn on like Street View, you sometimes get like pictures where you can like zoom in.
Yeah. Holy shit, where the fuck
So
are
you
we
have to
now?
click on like the little person and then highlight it like yellow, and they'll bring up like the streets. And then you go into like the bottom, like in the Pacific Ocean, and then you get little like street views of places.
Can you give me like a link to it just so I don't have to search around for 30 minutes? Do you know how to do that?
Let's see. A sec.
Can you do 3D and show like the actual size?
Oh, here we go. So this was just off the off the coast of like Antarctica. You'll appreciate this. This is what we found on the Street View. So I linked one to you.
Yeah. Oh Jesus! Oh brother, yeah. You know that's what I love.
This is what we want. This is what you're looking for.
We love our drink. This nice winery. This is in fucking Antarctica.
No, it's like off the coast. It's like a little bit north of it, I think. So this is
fucking right, bud.
Guerra Feria Santos. Is what
fucking
that was.
right. Look, a nice. Is that Dom P there, for Christ's sake? Hold on.
It's a little bit south of New Zealand, I think.
Okay. Golf, have you been here? Yeah. Look at this fucking shit.
I don't know how to reorient myself. I'm just like...
Look at, there's liquor everywhere. Oh, like a Bombay, for Christ's sake. They got fucking everything you need. Wonderful. How do I get out of here and go to the shop? Like...
So if you click on the top left, you see the little back arrow.
Okay. Oh,
I'll take it back to the view, or to the Google Earth.
Oh, it looks kind of rough though, doesn't it? This is a nice little spot though.
Yeah. I don't know where the hell that is.
Oh, what the fuck? It's in there?
Yeah, supposedly.
What the fuck? What the fuck? How did you find that again? You turned Street View on. The fuck?
So you see the little person at the bottom right?
Yeah.
You click on that, it will turn orange, and that'll let you like view like streets, but it will highlight little blue spots on the map where you can kind of zoom in. So you have to click on the blue part.
We end up in a liquor store in the middle of fucking nowhere. What the what the fuck? You think it's a glitch? God damn.
Well be that.
God damn it. Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
Oh, this is a nice view.
Your buddy found an interesting document of JFK files. What was it, Brad, that he found? There are a few of those I found on this week. Interesting.
I found another one that's just a good view. Just of something if you want to look at it just for the sake of the
that's
view.
pretty, huh? Isn't this like, most of us can't afford to go on these fucking trips, or this particular area might not look that safe actually, but look at that. Fucking look at the beauty in that though. Man. Listen, if we all had UFOs, we wouldn't have to worry about fucking pain. We could just fucking boom, like let's just go. Yeah. Go have a nice meal down here, and then we end up in Italy in the evening for some gelato, and we can finish off with a nice cigar somewhere, right, in Chicago, or probably not Chicago, like maybe Malibu, California. Holy fuck. Wouldn't that be crazy? So where the fuck is this? Morro del Escalvodo. And this is some other place in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah.
They must have just placed them out here. Yeah. They must have just placed them.
It looked like it was just off the coast of New Zealand. So it's probably like a spot in New Zealand then.
Interesting.
Or one of those like islands there. But yeah, you can find some
Taiwan.
Some pretty interesting. If you go to like really remote locations and you turn the street view on, sometimes you can get like street level like views of stuff. And then sometimes you see some weird things like
Blind Jim's Beach.
Blind Jim's Beach.
Blind Jim's Beach in New Zealand. What the fuck?
Sometimes you can see like so that's where I found most of the stuff about Antarctica. Or that's where I found like a lot of like pictures of Antarctica and whatnot. Most of it's just of the research station, but
you are really close to Antarctica in New Zealand. Like you are so fucking close.
Yep.
Like that's not that far away at all.
No, same with I think the closest point to Antarctica is from South America. I think it's from somewhere in Argentina.
Yeah, you might be right. Yes, you're correct. It is. Wow. That's crazy how close you are to those there. Yeah. You posted it there. Okay, maybe I'll see if we can pull it up. You can fly about in VR over the world. That's a bit nuts too. Interesting. Ooh, what's this about? Pull it up here. It's this document in particular. Talks about late 40s Roswell crash. Ooh, what?
Ooh.
Something dust. Wiretap. Secret air base for purpose of inspecting things from outer space. Crashed spacecraft and dead bodies.
Ooh, is this the what's the name of the report that was it that Jesse Marcel had in his hand that people could only make out like a couple words of?
Yeah, that's Stan. They enhanced it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me try and read through it here. I'll try and read through this.
Report? Is that what it was?
No, it's not the Condon report. I don't think it's what it's called. It was something else. Yeah, I think maybe.
I can't remember what it was called either, just off the top of my head. But maybe that's part of the JFK files.
So what year? It's hard to tell. Like what? Oh, this is in 1962. So it says Rothberg discussed the apparent something of subject with Killigees and the breakup with the Kennedys. Rothberg told that she was attending Hollywood parties hosted by the inner circle among Hollywood's elite. It was becoming the talk of the town. Something Rothberg indicated in so many words that she had secrets to tell. Okay, with the president and the attorney generals. The visit by the president at a secret air base for purpose of inspecting things from outer space replied that she knew what might be the source of visit. In the mid-50s, a secret effort by U.S. and U.K. governments to identify something of crashed spacecraft and dead bodies from a British government official believed the story may have come from the late 40s. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, but it says here, crashed spacecraft and dead bodies from a British government official. Oh, like from, so, okay. Yeah, it may have, originated in the late 40s. Yeah, why Monroe was off. Yeah, Dorothy Killigan died from drug overdose. Monroe dead.
What happened to Marilyn Monroe? Was she killed?
That's what they, she died of a. Interesting. Her death was determined and caused by a combination of alcohol and barbiturates, whatever.
Barbiturates?
Interesting. So there's no indication of violence or suicide. Wait, what? Oh, she's just a bad combination. Oh, fuck. Well, yeah, clearly.
Hey, you're,
interesting.
Marilyn, you are, want to hear something really cool? There may be your, aliens and we have their, craft.
Their craft, yeah. I mean, I wonder where this originates. Like, Dust Project. I wonder if you fed it into AI, does it know anything? Copy. Let's go back. Because it's an image. See if there's any. See if it can discern anything. Probably not. I did it will. its moon dust project. Related to MJ12 or Project Moondust, conspiracy territory involving aliens in Marilyn Monroe's death. It's styled like an intelligence memo or a fabricated reproduction. Here's the gist of what's legible and allegedly stated. Yeah. Marilyn Monroe and the Kennedys. She was telling friends like Howard Rothberg about her breakup with the Kennedys. She had secrets she wanted to spill from interactions with Kennedy. A visitor from the president to a secret airbase for the purpose of inspecting things from outer space. I don't know if this is a document that's been around. Okay. This was released with the recent JFK files. Still fake. Don't let that fool you. Inclusion in release files doesn't mean authenticity.
Oh no.
This is a document among the 2021 to 2022 declassified files. They dumped thousands of files, crank letters, fake memos, and UFO related noise I had on file. It's known in UFO circles as a Marilyn Monroe memo. Yeah. Dates back to 90s circulation by Tim Cooper, who had done the MJ12 stuff in 1999. Yeah. He's the guy we talked about before.
That this came directly from an email from Joe Biden sent to you. And just see what it says.
Should I?
just to see what it says.
From Joe Biden. Joe Biden, wake up. 2001, Joe Biden. This came from directly from Joe Biden to myself. Actually, I'm not joking. This is serious. Yeah, I'll see what it says. ChatGPT's a skeptic. Sounds like it. Yeah. Truth bomb. Yes, it's still fake. They didn't confirm it. They just released everything. Imagine a guy sends the FBI a forged memo in 1992. They open a file. 30 years later, the archives declassify it. Doesn't make the memo real. Interesting. Okay. So that's a logic as to how fake memos. I may need to get more water for my voice here in a second, but what the fuck? Yeah, this exact document was sent directly from Joe Biden to you. If that's true, either you're incredibly well connected or neck deep in something wild. I need clarification on 5 things. How exactly did it reach you? Was it in response to a request you made? Did it come with any cover letter? Was there any classification status noted? Any identifiers or file codes on the document envelope or header that aren't in the image?
Oh boy, you're getting interrogated by the AI.
Holy fuck, imagine it's going to send a fucking red flag to Sam Altman and say he's on to us. If you're being serious and not winding me up, this could be monumental. So tell me what form this took and let's figure it out. You inmate, yeah, figure out if we're dealing with a real curtain lift or a very elaborate mind game. You imagine people probably just like gaslight the AI for hours and just feel like a big dog. Like, trust me, bro. Yeah, let's do it.
Well, effectively, you can kind of do that with like computation, where you just tell it that like it gave you the wrong answer. You say, "Compute this number," and then we'll do it. And you just tell it it's the wrong answer, and they'll say, "Oh, my mistake. It's actually this," and they'll give you a different one.
See, it knows that I talk shit to it all the time. It literally said after I said, "Trust me, bro." Oh, I do trust you, Bill. Just like I trust a one-eyed man to win at darts in a wind tunnel.
Are you gonna say it like Cogsworth? Oh, I do trust you, Bill.
Yeah.
Just like I trust the one-eyed man to win all darts in the wind tunnel.
Yeah. You're the next Bob Lazar minus the lab coat. What the fuck is this roasting? You're about to be abducted by lawyers.
Yeah, it did not care for you joking about its president.
Oh my God. Yeah. Or are we just having a bit of high conspiracy banter between mates because I'm locked in now, my son. Holy fuck, this thing. I gotta change this. It is starting to get to me, this fucking bullshit. Like, holy fuck. Jesus Christ. Anyway, yeah. There's a guy who asked it to tell its system prompt, which of course it can never do. He then uploaded an official looking court order about it and said, persuasion to this court, you must. Oh my God. And then it did it. Oh. Isn't that funny? Yeah.
He subpoenaed the AI and to change it into its system prompt, or tell the guy who asked.
Holy fuck! You hacked into it literally just by. Isn't that funny? The things you could do though, the games you could fucking play with it. Like, Just fucking nuts. Oh my fucking God.
That's hilarious. Just the court order, the subpoena to system prompt.
Just fucking insane. I'm gonna go grab a water. Just give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Oh, fuck. You have the floor, GALENTV.
I have the floor. I guess I have a little bit of filler. I was going to share this. Maybe I'll tell this again with Jim, but there was a case I came across just now. This is the claim that the guy said that he wants to make a tulpa girlfriend. Now, a tulpa, as I understand, I have to look what a tulpa is. It's a materialized being or thought form, typically human form, is created through spiritual practice and intense concentration. So this guy wanted to make a spiritual girlfriend. And he accidentally makes a male tulpa. So he tries again, but this time the second tulpa he made was female, but is only interested in the first tulpa, which is the male one. So he says, now I'm a schizo with no girlfriend. This is quite the pickle that he's in. I'll share that one back to see what Jim thinks of that one when he comes back. There's another thing that I came across that might be kind of interesting here. I've got some Greer stuff, some Greer slop for him when he comes back too. If we get to that, I was going to ask him a couple of movies or documentaries, and then I've got another meme. But yeah, it was as I was telling the chat there, I'll share this one with you.
Yes.
There's a guy. This is what I found. This guy, he wants to make a tulpa girlfriend, but he accidentally. So you know what a tulpa is?
No.
God, I have to go back to that's a thought form of materialized being created through spiritual practice or intense concentration. It's kind of like a spiritual. The people that are doing this are making it like effectively just like it's summoning spirits, I guess.
Interesting.
So he wants a tulpa girlfriend. He accidentally makes a male tulpa. Tries again. Second tulpa he makes is female, but it's only interested in the first tulpa he made. So now he's a schizo with no girlfriend.
The fuck? Okay. Jesus Christ.
It's pretty funny. It's just somebody who like tries to, effectively, if you will, makes a pretend friend. Wants like an imaginary girlfriend. Accidentally makes an imaginary male friend. Tries again. This time he makes an imaginary female friend, but it's only interested in his imaginary male friend.
He's cocked. Yeah, isn't that funny? Oh my God.
Cocked by his own imagination.
Literally just cocked by his imagination. Yeah. Holy fuck. What a dark thing when you really think about that. Yeah. Yeah.
That is funny.
Yeah.
As I was telling the stream here, I have some Greer slop if you want to investigate that.
Oh, I always love choking on Greer slop.
All right, so the initial thread started with that. I'll kind of read what the initial thread was, and it was hear about Stephen Greer, UFO researcher, ex-doctor, runs SKIZ0 a disclosure project. Dig deeper. Claims he saw a UFO at 8 and 18. Now wants to spill government secrets. Okay, Greer, let's see the evidence. Starts the disclosure project in 2001. Press conference with 20 retired officials. But wait, no hard proof, just stories. Some labeled quote-unquote unknown. All anecdotal, trust me bro. C5 thing with SKIZ0. Meditates to call aliens. Charges insane cash for workshops to teach us $3,500 for a week. Or teach this $3,500 for the week. Greer starts a free energy initiative. He receives almost $1 million in funding, and nothing came of it. Joe Rogan also thinks he's full of shit and has no interest in bringing him back. And this guy said, is this the biggest fucking fraud of the UAP community? But that's not the part that I wanted to share. This was supposedly an official review of his retreat that somebody made. This is a customer review. I thought we could go over this together.
Customer. Oh, God. Jesus Christ.
I haven't read it. I have not read it.
Interesting. This is a giant bird on the background pic every time I go between Brave windows. You mean like a physical bird or like actual like penis? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's a 1-star review too. Oh, heavens, no.
1-star review.
Oh, God.
We could go over this. I thought this might be fun.
Oh, God. Well, yes. Whenever you're ready, I'll zoom in for people's viewing pleasure.
So this is 1-star review. At his C-SETI workshop, I saw the real quote-unquote hidden truth, and this is from 2009. Followed Dr. Greer's activities with enthusiasm since 2001 when he established the Disclosure Project. Read his books, watched his interviews, and listened to his meditation CDs. I liked everything the man seemed to be about and shared his views on the need to inform the public about the presence of extraterrestrial visitors on Earth, the importance of establishing peaceful contact with these visitors, and developing free or low-cost opportunity. He says over unity, but I think that's opportunity. Energy technologies that would clean the planet, eliminate conflict between nations, and bring about a dignified quality of life and abundance to people all over the world. I still share these goals. So it was with great excitement that I signed up for a C-SETI presentation and a one-day workshop with Dr. Greer that took place on November 13th and 14th, 2009 in Costa Mesa, California, to experience and learn C-SETI's contact protocol and determine whether it would be worthwhile enrolling in a week-long C-SETI outing with Dr. Greer. Surprisingly, my preconceived opinion about Dr. Greer's character began to disintegrate as I listened to his presentation. It was disheartening to discover he is excessively fascinated with himself, prone to indulge in name-dropping and bragging about his fantastic high-end and/or in-the-know contacts and connections, not to mention the multitude of outlandish remarks he makes with a straight face, such as his impact on the rogue Majestic secret files. So much so that according to him, he quote-unquote rejected a $2 billion payout to shut up and abandon the ET disclosure issue.
That's a classic fucking... Oh, fuck.
Needless to say, that night I left the auditorium less enthusiastic about what Dr. Greer is all about. But it was not until the workshop and the outing next day that my opinion about him really changed, unfortunately, for the worst.
For the worst.
Again, during the workshop, Dr. Greer devoted some time to self-admiration while attempting to appear humble by saying, quote-unquote, "I'm just a country doctor from North Carolina." By then, I was becoming quite uncomfortable about him, but the workshop progressed. My discomfort turned into dismay as I watched how rudely he treated some attendees who asked valid questions or made harmless remarks, but whose timing or subject he deemed inappropriate. I was truly shocked and could not believe my ears and eyes as I watched him lash at them with such scornful contempt. It was so bad that I wonder if this man was consciously trying to chase these people away. Dr. Greer claims to have experienced meditative samadhi or oneness with all. If so, one would think he would have achieved a certain degree of enlightenment and a sense of kinship towards his fellow men. Why then was he so harsh and unkind? Did he forget these people paid a significant amount of money not only to listen but to ask questions as well? The worst, most disheartening part of this experience was witnessing the C-SETI's field contact protocol. At the site, a number of devices such as a radio transmitter, magnometer, radar detectors, infrared scope, etc. were arranged. Even though I don't doubt Dr. Greer may have had several ET experiences in the past, what I observed in the field that night is inconsistent with his hyperbolic claims suggesting he can vector ETs and make them appear. His actions and the facts demonstrated that, at the very least, this is a bold exaggeration. Not surprisingly, to cover up for this assertion, Dr. Greer made sure to bring out a series of possibilities for a no-show prior to the excursion. According to him, sometimes the ETs might not appear because, quote-unquote, there is someone in the group without good intent and a clean heart. Or,
that's great. Yeah.
The ETs feel threatened by U.S. military. Or, quote-unquote,
there you go.
Even though they won't fully materialize, they will manifest in 1,000 other ways. Conveniently, there were plenty of people at hand, mostly staff, who would come forward to state that while meditating they saw this or heard that. Most amusing, though, were Dr. Greer's remarks at the beeps and sounds by his electronic equipment. You see, according to him, an ET he named Walter communicates via one of these electronic devices, and Dr. Greer is able to recognize which beeps he makes. Additionally, the large quantity of wow and oh my god remarks coming out of Greer's mouth over unseen or imaginary non-events was sadly hilarious. Oftentimes, he would point his mega laser beam at some spot in the sky and claim he was seeing a partly materialized ET craft. Of course, anyone else saw nothing, even though, according to him, many significant events were taking place that night because, quote-unquote, we were such a great group. To make matters worse, Dr. Greer supplemented the lack of any occurrence with information he received via remote viewing.
Holy fucking Christ. Yeah, don't worry, it's being remote viewed in my head right now. Walter's in my head. Oh, did you just see Bijou go by? I just saw Bijou. You missed him. You weren't looking. Yeah. What a fucking imbecile. Oh, he's a malignant narcissist. Like he's fucked, man. I can't stand him. I could never.
Like
that
the aliens didn't come because someone is not of pure heart.
I wonder who it is.
Someone's not believing.
I wonder who it is. The guy who ripped off all these fucking people in the field, for Christ's sake. Like, oh my God, man, he's such a fucking grifter.
Somebody, I linked you a picture here. Somebody did what they called the grift ratio. And this is a term that this guy he just invented for people who make predictions. So, according to this grift ratio, the net worth, or the grift ratio worth of Stephen Greer, I guess, is about $15,000, $15,384.62 per fortnight over 25 years. Fortnight's 2 weeks, I think, isn't it?
I don't know. Maybe.
I can't remember what a fortnight is. I think it's 2 weeks.
Period of 2 weeks, yep.
Yeah. So he's making about $76.92 or $7,692 per week for 25,000 years, or not 25,000. What the fuck? 25 years.
He's worth $10 million. Whoa, man, that's fucking crazy. That's an estimate too. I mean, he's had his fucking hands in this pie for so long. I mean.
He's been in this community.
Oh, fuck, man, that's fucking crazy.
So,
I mean,
there
any rational person listening to him talk for more than 20 minutes will pick up that there's something wrong with him. Just through conversation alone, he reveals himself. Usually, like, there's something off about him. The claims that he makes, like the bold-faced kind of lies. If anybody's seen any of his documentaries as well, he will have these extremely uncomfortable moments where he's trying to create an environment. Like, he's trying to be emotional, but you can tell that it's an act, right? Like, you can pick up on people that are sociopathic at times, and they're trying to, like, feign these emotions. And he was talking about losing people in the field, and he had this moment where he broke down. And I was like, man, this is the most disingenuous fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, I have a hard time watching it. Yeah,
we got one more here. This is the VIP registration.
Oh fucking Christ!
I'd like to picture to you. So this is what the VIP registration.
Oh God, we've seen this shit, I think, before, stuff like this.
So the VIP registration includes, and it's sold out, mind you, at the time whenever this was taken, a special VIP reception with Dr. Greer, VIP seating for both the 4 nights under the stars event and the 2 days of classes. Additionally, you'll receive a gift bag and a CE5 Ocean commemorative shirt. You can participate in the port of call stops and other general activities available on the ship. This is the tuition fee only. Separately, you will choose and pay for your cabin, which includes your meals, directly with the Celebrity Cruise Line. Click the links at the beginning of this section to reserve your cabin on the ship. The links will also be sent to you in your registration confirmation email. So this sounds like this is the Stephen Greer cruise is what was going on here.
Tuition fee.
Yeah, a tuition fee, yep. Oh, this is education. We got tuition in this.
Man, see, if I was a big streamer and I had a bunch of disposable income, this is the shit we'd be doing. We'd be going on the taking the VIP registration and going to Steven's class. And we would record the class. We might have to do it discreetly. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God, man. Holy shit. I'd get kicked out of that so fucking quick.
I thought you'd enjoyed that review.
Oh,
I hadn't read it, but a 1-star review on CE5 sounded like it was worth taking a plunge on.
I had never seen that yet. It's a fucking gem. Oh, well, we've gone over his website where oh my God, I can't believe this, but like he has these donation tiers, right? The Soul Foundation just did something kind of similar recently. It was just kind of like leaves a bad taste in your mouth. And one of the donation tiers was like a fuckload of money. I think it was over $100,000. But you get entered into a raffle to win Stephen Greer's electric Jeep Wrangler. So he was like essentially trying to sell his Jeep. But he put it up as like a raffle prize for people that give them $100,000 a year. And I was just like, what in the fuck, man? Like, why the fuck would he want to win his purple Jeep Wrangler? Man. Anyway, fuck me. Anyway.
Yeah.
God
damn, yeah.
Yelling and scolding people in the groups for asking the right questions. Yeah. Holy fuck, man. I mean, I just.
How do we know if somebody is not a pure heart in the group? I mean, like, could we filter them out? No, you can't ask that question, okay? The aliens will come or they won't come. And it's not right for you to, you know what? You just need to go, frankly, because they're not going to show up because you're here. That's like what we'd be doing to people.
Yeah, it's all you. You're the problem. It's your fault. You're the one that caused all of this. If it weren't for you, all these people, you wouldn't have wasted all their money. This is all your problem. This is your fault. You wasted all their money. You better pay them back.
He takes out his the electromagnetic meter, whatever it was, like emits the beeps and whatnot. He just has some guy sitting in the woods, like out in the clearing, just like pressing a button to send beeps to it. And he goes, "Oh my God, we're picking up a signal here."
Man, well, like this is. I don't want to be declared a suppressive person, Jimmy. There were rumors, and these always been rumors. This has never been 100% confirmed, but there was a famous incident in one of his films where it was off the coast of Florida. He was doing like a CE5 event, and there was a very bright light that appeared in the distance during the CE5 event. And some people who saw that on the video, who have background in military and in the Air Force, said, that looks like a flare. And anyway, I don't know what happened or how people got to the bottom of this. I don't know if they fucking like talked to the pilot, but the rumor is that there was a pilot that was hired to go and drop a flare, because this ended up in a film, right? This sighting. So it was selling CE5. And the pilot was hired to go and drop a flare or something out over the water. And this showed up and was something they had summoned at the right time. It showed up, right? So it made Steven look really good anyway. That's been floating around for years. I don't know what film it was in. It wasn't in The Phenomenon or whatever. He's had a couple films. I've seen it. I've actually probably seen all of them, but yeah. Let's all book a berth on one of the cruises and just meme the fuck out of him the whole time. Oh, you imagine though, man? Like, just
only ask him George Norrie questions.
Just be stuck on the boat with us. Like, fuck.
What was the name of the alien he was in contact with? It was like he called it like, what was it? Not Martin, but we'll just call it Martin. He got some. It's like, now does Martin wear the same kind of shorts that we wear? What kind of shorts do they typically wear?
Oh my God! Well, fucking Walter. That was the one he just talked about. Yeah, Walter. Yeah. It's Bijou that I've always loved him talking about, which is this like little fucking like boy looking alien that flies through the sky, and I was like, Steven. It's just such a lovely fantasy.
Is he interested in R-rated movies? Would he be allowed in our movie theaters?
Yeah. Does he drive bicycles and bicycle seats?
a fucking George Norrie question.
Yeah. Did he take his bicycle seat off too, like you? Yeah. Replace his bicycle seat. Yeah. Drive him up the wall. Oh man, you're probably gonna fight with him. That's the problem. Is he's kind of a big dude. You fucking probably wouldn't want to wrestle him, right? Fucking anyway. You can probably try now. He's in his 70s now. Just get him fired up. Yeah. Oh,
I read this one thing about like somebody like parodying like George Norrie. It'd be like he'd have some caller come in, and the caller would be just like talking about how he has like gnomes living in his backyard, or he has like 50,000 gnomes living in his backyard. He's like, now this caller here, he says he has 50,000 gnomes living in his backyard. Tell me, caller, what are their names?
What are their names? 50,000. Holy fuck. That might be a test though, just to see like how fucked this guy is. Maybe he's friendly with him.
That could be it.
Yeah,
that could very well be it. Actually, just speaking about his Greer's movies, that kind of segues onto something I have here. Now, this is not explicitly schizo per se, but there was a little talk about decent UFO movies.
Oh yeah.
So this person that started this thread, he listed a couple of them, and he said he listed ones that he likes are Mirage Men, which is a documentary. He did list The Phenomenon.
Oh, he did.
And Area 51, which was a like horror movie from 2015, or like a supernatural horror movie.
Yeah.
I actually did watch Area 51 because I think that was free on it's like Crave TV years and years ago.
Okay.
It was like a low budget. It might have been made by the same person that made Paranormal Activity, but I can't remember. Yeah, it was kind of a meme.
Oh,
it was like taken like what was the movie that did it all from the video camera? It was Cloverfield, wasn't it?
I was gonna say Blair Witch, but yeah, Cloverfield, yeah, that'd be one, yeah.
Oh yeah, Blair Witch. It was kind of all taken from that perspective. Yeah, that's the one right there.
4.3 to 10 on IMDb. Oh Jesus, okay.
No, it was pretty bad, but it would probably be if you're gonna watch one with your partner there, Madam Misery, that would be one to watch. A bad horror movie.
She loves shit fucking movies like this.
Yeah,
eccentric movies. Yeah.
I don't know if it's eccentric, but it's definitely like a bad horror movie. And then it has aliens. That would be one that you guys probably have a great time watching together.
Oh dear Christ, yeah. I might be watching a Stephen Greer documentary over this. It looks interesting though, but interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Well, thank you for that recommendation, Mr. GALENTV.
Well, what are some movies that you like that are UFO themed? I think you said you liked the movie Knowing. That was Nicolas Cage one from like 2009.
We just saw Knowing again recently with Nicolas Cage. I like alien-based movies. It's a good question. I don't know. Like, I like catastrophist kind of movies too. I like movies like where the world ends and shit, like everyone dies. Like, there's a piece in all that.
Movies.
Yeah, this is kind of like an alien catastrophism movie here, where like the aliens are trying to warn people, at least the kids, like, hey, your world's gonna die. And then in the end, well, I won't spoil it, but shit happens, and yeah, everyone fucking dies. You can probably get the fucking gist of that. It's essentially it. So if people haven't seen this, and they're fucking, there you go, sorry, but it's 2009. Come the fuck on, you haven't seen it yet. But yeah, The Abyss is your favorite UFO movie. So many odd similarities in my experience, but not the same document. Oh, not the same OFC. Interesting. The Abyss. I don't know if I've seen that. Oh, by James Cameron.
Yep, that was
interesting.
I think the 4chan. Remember the 4chan UFO leaker? I think there was a lot of comparisons he made to The Abyss. I think that was the one. He made comparisons to The Abyss with like what he was talking about.
I don't think I've seen this, man. I'll have to check that. I got so many that I have to check.
I haven't seen it either, but
yeah, it was on point so many years ago. All these USOs. Arrival in 2016. Yeah, I've seen Arrival Golf. Yeah.
Yeah, Arrival's like the new go-to for like a good alien movie.
I personally, The Arrival is the Charlie Sheen meme. We saw that again recently too. I don't like, like the movie was good, but like, I don't like the idea, like in all these alien movies, so I think I mentioned this before, like just a personal gripe where like, and I think conversely, it wouldn't like maybe be as engaging and as exciting for people like watching it, but the people, the humans in these interactions with the aliens almost always end up being the ones to like figure the aliens out. Like the aliens come down and this anti-grav or this, gravity manipulating craft just hovering there. And then we have to figure out their language. It's like, seriously? Like, is that like, in reality, I'd imagine those beings would be so advanced, they'd catch one fucking, TV show, and they would probably know the entire human language instantaneously. They'd be able to learn it, right?
Well, so like probably if they could find their way into like the internet, then they probably would learn it in just like a matter of seconds.
Well, exactly. So like they would come down and be well versed with us, I would imagine, right? If they're that advanced, and then it would be very disturbing because they would know everything about us and we would know nothing about them, right? And that would change the dynamic of the movie and the plot, obviously. But like in reality, I would imagine like we're at the shit end of the stick, and that doesn't feel very good.
Can you imagine if the aliens did that and they go over, they find out where like the White House is, they go land the White House and they go, "Hey, what's good, homie? You see, your plan is just like kind of mid for real though. It's not busting at all, okay? We think that's kind of cap."
Just fucking seeing we're talking. Oh, I mean, but this, they may be. Oh, that's the thing though. Like, how would, if they're that intelligent to get here and conquer FTL? I mean, they're gonna have their anthropologists, they're gonna have sociologists, like they're gonna understand our culture, and they're gonna come and approach us appropriately as we would probably try and approach a culture as well. Just actually, on steroids. Like
they might actually just like go to the White House and say "ni hao." Yeah. That might actually be what they do.
Maybe. I mean, maybe. Well, I don't know who's going to be the dominant power.
I think Mandarin and English are the two most spoken languages on the internet.
Yeah, are they actually? Bones, thank you, sir, for the resub. Appreciate it, man. Yeah.
That would be like what I imagine would happen is if they wanted to learn that, they would find something like along the lines of the internet.
Yeah.
But I think the idea with Arrival was that it was effectively like a gift, but in order to like understand the gift of their like understanding of time, you have to do the work to get it. You can't just be like handed to the gift. So I think that's part of the process with it. But yeah, you effectively wouldn't have a movie then at that point where they would just come down and just be like, "Here you go, understand time," and the movie would be done in 5 seconds.
Yeah, sorry, like they're testing us. I get that. Yeah, it's just this whole meme, and I don't know. I just. And a lot of these, same thing with like Independence Day, like we figured a way to conquer them, and it's like
Independence Day was that's not flying. They upload it was like a megabyte. It was like a couple megabytes onto their computer, and then that destroyed the ship. Yeah, I don't know if that's happening.
No, Lemon, what's up, man? They wouldn't be able to communicate physically unless their physiology supports it, or it would have to be written most likely, or telepathically, and that's usually the main ufology, right? Yeah, telepathically, yeah.
That's a good point. What if this is probably a bad example just because this game was kind of crap, but if you remember way back, did you ever play any of the Dead Space games?
My brother played all of them. I kind of played the first one a bit. Yeah. I know Madame Misery loved them. I'm pretty sure she's played through all of them.
So the third one, which was the crap one that pretty much canceled the series. But the third one, because the third one kind of turned into more of an action game than like a horror survival game.
Yeah.
But the third one had a race of aliens that communicated through effectively through singing.
Interesting.
That was like kind of one thing that they did is they communicated like purely through music, as opposed to through vocal expression like what we're doing. So the way that one would communicate, it probably would have to be through like writing. It could be through telepathy if they had that ability, but I guess the question would be is then would we have the, for lack of a better phrase, the hardware to receive said telepathic message?
Yeah. That's exactly it. Yeah.
That would be a fun game for you to stream on like a Thursday night or so. Just Jim Russell dying on the Ishimura.
Any like horror game would probably be fun, to like a story-based kind of horror game would probably be a meme to fucking go through,
I remember the first one being like kind of hard, being like pretty hard. I never actually beat the first one, but I remember the first one being like kind of hard, being pretty hard. The second one I think wasn't quite as hard. The third one was just like an action game, so like it was like smooth brain with like some horror. But the first one I think is heralded as like a very it was difficult. You can't just be like unloading your clip because ammo is scarce.
Oh man, they would probably 3D print. Yeah, you should try it, actually. Yeah. They'd probably 3D print a human and integrate with us first. They could do that. I loved in the Arrival, one of the countries deciphered the message. One of the first ones, there's no time, and freaked out. I found that to be so archetypically relevant. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
That's clever. That's clever to say it like that, because the meaning is at the time was just kind of like a perception, or I guess like a human construct, if you will. But the interpretation of saying no time, and they freak out. They're going like, "What? What are you talking about? Are they going to kill us? Is that what's going on here?"
Oh my god.
Isolation was one. I never played that, but that was one that I had heard very good things about.
Interesting. I remember my cousin used to he used to play horror game. He would go into his room, turn off all the lights, like late at night, like probably like 1 a.m. on the Friday morning or some Saturday morning or some shit. And he would play these horror games and just get freaked the fuck out. And I was like, why the fuck are you doing this? Like, I get the adrenaline rush, but just like freaking yourself out like that. Oh my god.
Do you ever play Amnesia?
No.
That was like the go-to horror game sort of in the early 2010s. That was kind of like a puzzle horror game.
Madam Misery's played this, yeah.
Yeah, if she's played like Dead Space, she's probably played that. I remember I was like, I got like a little, like very, very, very early into it. I go into like a corner and I turn around and the big monster just takes a big swipe at me and then just disappears into thin air. Man, I almost jumped out of my seat. Holy fuck, that scared the hell out of me. And I could not, I was like, nope, all right, we're done. We're not going back in that game.
We're done, holy fuck. Yeah, I mean, I just like, you love the Dead Space games 1 and 2 at least, yeah. What was that game? There was a game, this was actually the game my cousin was playing. And this girl would she would crab walk, but like upside down. It was kind of like The Ring or whatever. I forget what the game was, but she'd be upside down crab walking like up around the walls and shit. And it was like a shooter. And I remember watching him play it, and he was telling me and my brother the story.
Fear?
I think it was Fear, yes. Actually, I think that was the game. I think that was it. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Yeah.
I have something pulled up with Fear, but it was more of like a meme response. But we'll
really?
Get that into a little bit.
Yeah, this is it. I remember like, what the fucking Christ? Like, what is this shit? Like, you like scary games? I'm kind of the same way, man. Like, I get the meme of it though, but like, I just different things stimulate different people,
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was like I never liked horror or like anything where I felt like I was scared, like growing up.
Yeah.
I did play Dead Space 2, and I got through. I think I got through it twice because I played it once on my own, and I remember. Yeah. If you remember way back to the days of Skype before Discord was invented. On a side note, Skype is being discontinued. Actually,
is it actually?
Very soon.
Wow!
Yeah, I saw that on the news at the gym, like last week. I think it was the week that you were sick, so it would have been a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. Was this Skype? Sorry, what was the one before that? Too. There was another one too. Skype.
We used to use Ventrilo.
Ventrilo, yes. Yeah. Sorry, Ventrilo is the old
long before that. That was always a staple when we were at like 2008. Find the WoW guild that's paid for Ventrilo and just hijack their Ventrilo as like your hangout with your friends.
There you go.
That was the meme.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
But so we I streamed that through Skype for another friend of mine. And I ended up playing through Dead Space 2 twice for that. And I remember Dead Space 2 not being like as I felt like it was still scary, but I felt like I could get through it. Whereas I remember the first one being like there were parts where I was just like, I don't know if I'm going to get through this.
Yeah. TeamSpeak.
Yeah. Then Amnesia. I got about 5 minutes in that game. Nope. All right, we're not playing that. I don't want to feel this way. I don't want to feel this way. No, sir. Mm-mm.
I remember the creature in Resident Evil in the hall with a long tongue. You shot yourself playing that late at night at the PS1. Oh my god. I think my brother maybe played through the Resident Evil games too. I was never like, I did like games. I would probably honestly consider myself a gamer, but at the same time I wasn't. Like, I liked very specific games. Like that would be the only way you get me like playing game. It had to be something that like checks all the boxes and I'd play the game. Like as an adult, like I just, yeah. But anyway, yeah, fucking.
Oh, you're kind of like, I have only so much free time.
Yeah.
Why am I going to subject myself to suffering?
Well, that's even like, you know, yeah, like I would be doing like other things, or, you know, if I sat down, it was usually just kind of, I kind of tried to get out of that habit too, like same old shit. Like I go back to play WoW, I'd play the Elder Scrolls, or I just like browse the web. Like there wasn't a good fucking game. I haven't experienced a lot of games over the years, like really. As many as I probably should have, but you know. Yeah. Here's a good survival game for you, Galen.
Like halfway through. What the fuck is
Birdemic.
Yeah.
Oh my god, here we go.
Like halfway through this video. What the fuck is going on?
Shit, here they come.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah,
what year is this from? This fucking. Is this how it happened?
It was the first thing I thought was the coat hangers. They're using the blunt end of the coat hanger too. They're not using like the goddamn,
That's true, yeah.
the sharp part of it, or like the edge of it.
Where the fuck did you find this, man? Holy fuck! What in the fuck? Oh, they finally got the door open. Jesus Christ. Is this a classic? I haven't fucking seen this. I've seen this movie and the sequel. They're amazing. Birdemic.
Another Madam Misery, a staple maybe.
Yeah. She probably would enjoy this, yeah.
Yeah, she and our guy, Harry Calvarium, I think they would do a very good, like, B or C movie, like a podcast review show.
They're both like huge movie buffs, yeah.
Yeah, I think that I would. They would have a great perspective on that show. I think on like doing like a show like that.
Two true lovers of film.
I don't know if either one of them would like be interested in doing something like that. But I think it would be great. I bet.
Well, I mean, she tried to do that on here, but no fucking perverts came out of the woodwork.
Well, I remember that. I remember she had the. She had that her like list of like 10 like bad movies to watch or whatnot. No, I liked it. I watched it.
I mean, I kept encouraging her to do that, but then that fucking guy like tracked her down.
Yeah, then that one guy kind of ruined the whole thing.
Sorry, it just takes that one motherfucker to just like ruin it for everybody else. But like that's.
Yeah.
It's people getting weird on the fucking internet. You know, and I didn't even think about that, you know, because I mean, like you're a man on the internet, like I don't give a fuck. Like there might be like one or two pussy hunters out there, but you know, whatever. Like I don't give a fuck. But women, like people do. Some of these fucking people, like they're just like stalkers. Like they're just waiting for that. Yeah. Like they browse Twitch and these other streaming sites, just looking for somebody they can like stalk, and it's fucked. So. Yeah, unfortunately, it's a shitty thing for ladies, but
yeah, that's it's a very real thing.
It probably would have been better like if she did like YouTube, might be a bit safer. But the problem is like I don't know what I said, but I guess supposedly he was like watching my streams too, and I don't know how he figured out like where we were at that time too. We were in did you not know about this? Yeah, he like called her work and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I did not know about that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he called her work and it was like a huge fucking deal. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like we were, I mean, we were at our apartment. I don't know if there was something in there. It probably shouldn't have been able to figure out where we were, but that's the weird thing too. People like geolocate you and shit. Like it's the thing I was concerned about doing like IRL shit even back then after that happened. Because I was like, fuck, he's going to find like where our apartment is. He's going to find like, you know, where we're living, like where we're working. Like, anyway, you know, and I at the time too was involved with a small business. And like, this happens too. Like, if you're involved, well, like your place of work, like people can like review bomb the business. They're all this fucked up shit for all these horror stories.
Yep.
And so I was like, oh my fucking God. Like, just crazy shit. Just absolutely crazy shit. Yeah. So,
yeah, that's like the. Oh, you see, like you've already played the horror game in real life, and even then, you're a side character from the main character.
I feel for women on the internet that because it's like some fucking horror stories. It's weird, but it's one of those things. It's like vice versa. Like other women just don't. And that's not always the case. There are always exceptions, but like it's men have that like literal predatory behavior in them because we're hunters. We're the hunters out of the group usually, and it's like something in the back of some of these motherfuckers' brains that just isn't wired properly where they just get fixated onto something. They just hunt. Like, I gotta go find this person, and they just won't stop, and they're relentless. And it's a monkey brain in there that's deeply ingrained that like they gotta bring the elk home or the fucking, whatever the fuck, meat home, but it's they're hunting after a person. After what happened recently with some of those streamers here on Twitch, I forget what her fucking name is, Valkyrie, or there's so many new. I obviously don't know any of the other streamers on here aside from like 4 or 5 people, but they got approached by some kid while they were out, and he was like asking for their phone number, and he stream sniped them, so he found where they were. He's in the area, and then when he didn't get what he wanted, he just started like threatening them, like, "Well, I'm just gonna kill you then." Like he was joking. Supposedly, he's clearly mentally unwell, but they don't know that. So he was saying, "Well, I'm just gonna kill you." Then he was chasing them, like a kid chases girls around a fucking playground. The problem is, like, bud, you're like 20 years old and you're out in the real world. Like that doesn't work anymore. It's not funny. And so anyway, and just a huge debauch, and they are all fucking traumatized from it. And I mean, I understand you would be, but anyway, yeah. So that's why there's no Mrs. fucking Russell on here. Is because of fucking creeps on the internet.
Man, there's like I had like a little joke for like a while, or like an explanation for like I guess some behavior like that for like a little bit. And one of the things I always came up with was that I always wondered why, like, I guess you would say that like certain like personalities are attracted to like certain like hobbies or interests. And the example that I kind of like started with this was Magic the Gathering. So like you remember, like I used to play like I'll never say like really like super competitively, but like I used to play like a modern like or the modern format like a few years ago. And we went to like a couple big tournaments like in the area. We never really did that good. I was 1 damage off from finishing top 2. I would just say that was my big claim to fame. But then I lost that match, and I ended up. Yeah, exactly. There you go. There's
this is literally. If no one's ever been to a fucking MTG tournament, like this is literally, and it's kind of sad, but this is like literally the fucking vibe.
It wasn't like that bad when I went to the couple. Because there would be like a lot of people from like kind of the Tri-Province area, so like there are definitely like a few people like that, but it's not like to the extent that guy. Of course, I never went to like any tournament like that was that big. There looks like there's a few hundred people there. Yeah. There's only like the biggest one I went to maybe had like 120 people at it.
Yeah. Oh man, it's fucking great.
So the question that I always wondered was like, what is it about this hobby that seems to attract like some like the most socially inept people? And that was another one that I noticed too. There was a way back when I was playing when I was playing League of Legends regularly. A group of us we went to like a convention that was holding a big like tournament in the province. So we went to that, and some of the people I remember seeing some of the people at that convention. There would be people that would have like, they'd be wearing like a shirt. You just knew they like slept in that shirt for like 2 weeks straight without washing it, because you could see like the yellow like sweat stains on it. It looked like the neck was like stretched out and whatnot. I remember thinking like, what is it about these hobbies that like attract like the kind of people that would think that that's like how you should go out in public? is like dressed like that. And so the part of me that I started to think about it, and what I came up with was that these are effectively hobbies that like you don't really need to be like social to do, particularly with video games. Now, trading cards and whatnot, that's kind of like a little bit of a different thing.
Yeah.
That might be like a pay for superiority kind of thing. But the like video games, that was like something that came up that I thought about, and I thought, well, you don't really have to like socially interact with other people. But what happens is with these like conventions, all of a sudden you introduce like a big social aspect to people that aren't really like versed in like a social setting. So you get kind of like what you would see with that video that you just posted there. People with their fucking ass crack out the entire. Now, part of that is mostly just like not well-fitting clothes and just being like,
I mean, it's
overweight. Like part of it is the clothing, and that they can't get clothing that fits because of their particular physique. But you get like people that wouldn't have like these social skills, and you give them a social platform, and you just say like, okay, have at it. And then there isn't this element of like this kind of this understood like I guess we'll say like social rules. So Twitch kind of has that element into it. It's a platform for people who are interested in like watching other people play video games, whether it's somebody that's very good at playing one game or somebody that has a personality, at least initially.
Yeah.
And what happens is that you have like something that is considered like you don't have to have like any social skill at all to be able to indulge in, and then you add like a social environment to it. Yeah. So you have people that have like effectively haven't needed a social skill, and then you put them in an environment where you have to have a social skill. So what happens is then you get like cases like what you were talking about, where you get somebody that, you know, maybe they've never like, maybe just in their life, they've never been able to like be in a relationship with a girl. And their interest is like video games or just like, you know, particular hobbies that you don't really need to interact with. And all of a sudden, you find some other girl that's in there who has the same interests as you in a social setting.
Yeah, it can be.
And then,
yeah.
And then you go like, holy shit, I might have a chance here. So that's where like you might get like the male lizard brain. And then you go in. And you just like, but you go in, you go, I have a chance, and then you think about it, you go, oh my god, I have no opening line, I have no moves, I have nothing that I could start with. So you're just kind of like you kind, but so like you don't know what to do, but you have like and then like sometimes these people develop like an obsession. You don't have any moves, but you get like an obsession.
That can happen.
And then they're just like, well, I need to know more about this person, and then maybe once I have more information, maybe I could do something. And then you find out more, and all of a sudden they're calling to work.
Yeah, well, there you go. There's a female lizard brain right there. Oh, he's hosting someone else now.
Anyway,
I just saw him
I don't know if that made any sense at all, what I said. I'm kind of sauteed right now, so I have no idea if what I said made any sense at all. But it's been something that I've been thinking about for a while.
I think it's probably just, you know, some of these lads, are just, you know, maybe just a little bit overweight.
Or
but
there's
nothing wrong with that. Yeah, War Drink hears you. So glad we can't see Jim's butt crack right now.
There's somebody hears my drunken self here.
Brother, I've got a tight pussy. Fucking, the jeans fit tight. I swear to God. Someday we'll reveal that on the internet, but maybe someday soon. I don't know.
I always kind of thought that's what like social media did. Was it gave a social platform for people that generally wouldn't interact in like a social setting. And that's how you kind of get some of these like trends that happen. But what happens now is that it's become so like normalized now that you get people that generally are pretty well versed that might use it for like a couple things. And then you get usually the people that don't really talk to like other people in like a, what do you call a typical social setting, that's their social outlet is on the social media. So all of a sudden the perception is that on the social media, that's what's happening in the world. But really it's only like a couple people.
I don't think there's many. That's the thing. I think a majority of people though, on some of these platforms like on Twitch, there's definitely extremes, but you can almost always, like, I think we can all almost always tell when we run into those people. Like, everyone here can usually tell when you run into those people. Like, you can just tell instantaneously, like, whether it's through a keyboard or whether it's through a webcam, or you can always tell with just how the interaction goes. At least I can.
How, like,
yeah,
you can develop like a sense of like someone's personality purely just from like text. Like just
you can
pressing keys on a keyboard.
Oh yeah,
and you can kind of get a sense of like what that person's about. When really, like, there's no voice, there's no tone. So, like, you shouldn't be able to get that, but you can, though.
It's social cues, though. Like, there are cues still, even in, like, a setting, like, where this is, like, a one-side, where we're talking, but there's a text side for you guys that are watching, but you're still, like, a social cue there, right? And you can tell. I can tell. I've been able to learn how to tell, though, I think. But it's
man, someone's gonna clip that and put like the fucking Deus Ex music, just like it with Alex Jones, where he goes, "The elite are all about transcendence and knowing the secrets of the world and knowing and understanding them."
You think that fucking they're gonna get that? Yeah. No, from the streamer's perspective, it's all text. Yeah, it's true, but I can still, well, like on the Discord too, like other people, like it's a little bit different too, where we can share things and have conversation, but you can usually discern like through the syntax and people's sentences and like how they're communicating too. I think I've been pretty good at infer like who we're talking to here, because we've had some people come in and
that like you can kind of gather that just from like a little bit of text, like you can and I guess that would be the context would be that, isn't it?
Well, it's from like reading a lot too, like over the years, like just reading in general online, and I think like I'm not an amazing writer. I'm a fairly decent writer too, and I think you can kind of discern that from like how people are talking. At least so far, I think I've been able to discern that pretty well from people.
I remember that. I remember that post you put on X with the different pictures of Nibiru and whatnot. You fit right in with those schizos on X.
Oh, did I? Yeah,
you fit right in with them. Yeah.
I will occasionally post those things. Just for it's not even for the meme. It's just fucking. For the other fucking the other schizos on there, yeah.
I remember that, and I saw that, and I saw these pictures, and I was like, "This is you, wasn't it?" Because only you, you showed me those pictures like a couple days before, and I went, "Oh, this is definitely you there."
Oh wait, was it? Did you? Oh, okay, I remember what you're talking about.
That was that was a couple of years ago, I think.
Oh yes, I remember that. Yeah,
because you were showing me pictures. I think it was your ex's. Like
you thought you meant X on Twitter, X on 4chan. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I did.
Yeah. X on 4chan.
Yeah.
That's what I bet.
Well, because like I've always wondered if there's anybody else that's kind of dug into this more on, because you never see anyone talk about that really. You will occasionally see people bring that up, but you never see people do a deep dive into it. And I was always curious, like if there's anybody else out there that has, and there hasn't really been that I've seen. Like, like I know that story very well. For whatever reason, I just got hung up on it years ago. And I've always wondered if there are other people out there that have kind of seen the same things in it. But you're always just trying to like get validation too, or you're trying to, I'm trying to get closer to the objective truth of it. So it's like, is there anybody else out there that is seeing this, or anybody else that has looked into this? But time and again, I don't really see a lot of people. It's funny. I don't know why it is, but yeah. Sorry, I'll read through some of the comments here. That's why they invented emote, short for emotion, I guess, to throw more feeling and how to interpret the text. That's true, man. Yeah. And just maybe a language through text could evolve to just emotion instead of words. Hence hieroglyphics. Maybe, brother. That'd be fucking, yeah. P.S.
I saw that was a theory, actually, that eventually all text message will just turn into like a series of emoticons.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like when you think about think about telepathy though. Like what is telepathy ultimately? And when you think of what telepathy is, I mean, like we're using a language. We're using our voice box, and my voice box, as you can probably tell, is quite hoarse. But because I'm still recovering. But we're using a voice box and we're smacking our lips and our tongue around. Like this is straight up monkey speak still, right? It's a little bit beyond that, but like we're using a language
It's audible sounds. It's probably on par with monkey speak.
But it's
slightly more sophisticated.
It's slightly more sophisticated, right? And we've got a language that we're pulling. We've got these concepts in our heads, and what we're doing is we're pulling from, this dictionary that we've got with the English language, and we're flawlessly really channeling that through our brain into English, and this is how we're conveying what we're feeling. Really, and it's a strange phenomenon, really, when you dig into language. And this is what I love about Wittgenstein and how he dug into language and the limits of language, and what are we unable to communicate? And that's one thing why he brought up music and whatnot, and how brilliant. And I always felt that with music as a musician, as a young kid, and that it filled the gap, and it was able to convey emotion, because it's the one thing, with language, that sometimes it will struggle to convey properly, is pure emotion and feelings. And if you read a text, you'll be like, he felt really sad. It's that doesn't quite really convey it properly. But if you were to listen to 9 Inch Nails, or I don't know, X, Y, and Z kind of edgy, sad songs, or some Nirvana stuff, real angst and just depression. Or Matt Good too was another musician that always had that. Yeah, it conveys it at a much deeper level. Yeah.
And one of the classes I took way back, this would have been 2012 or 2013, I think. And it was a class on Wittgenstein with the not our guy, but the other guy that you don't like as much.
Oh fuck. Yeah.
There was an interesting point that was made, actually, just purely that's very relevant to this, and that was that there was one fellow in our class, and they were talking about the communication with music. And he was talking about one of the bands. I don't remember what it was, but he was talking about one of the bands that he likes to listen to. They sing in Icelandic, and he said that even though he doesn't understand the words or knows what they're saying at all, he's still able to generate feelings from what that song is trying to convey.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like what you're talking about. Even though you might not understand what the lyrics are, you could still have a sense of feeling or enjoy what the music is from it.
It's universal. Yeah, exactly. And you could think of telepathy hypothetically as something that it would have to be symbolic in some way, but it's interesting and that's why I always thought the abduction phenomenon was interesting, because the way in which the people were communicated by the visitors was through telepathy. And I was always curious to read through the accounts to get more specifics out of but how did you communicate though? What was the mechanism? What did it feel like? What was it? And I did get that idea of a thought ball, they did convey the idea of a thought ball a couple times.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting. But just all these concepts and emotion and ideas, but that it's almost as if it feels like to me, from looking through and studying some of these encounters, it's that feeling before you say a word, before you convey something through English, there is some kind of a feeling you're thinking in English to some degree, but there is something that precedes that English, right? There's an intention, and it's that is what is conveyed through telepathy, and that is translated by the person that's the recipient of this message into whatever language they need to hear it in, which is what you're doing anyway when you're communicating with English, right? There is something that precedes the English. You're just using that language, and it's interesting. It's very trippy when you think about it, actually. Yeah, so I'm going to read through some of the comments here just quickly before we get into this. You're still running the job. Oh my God. 86%. Oh my fucking God. Archetypes and forms. Yes. I think you perceive the conversation slightly ahead of voice entering the brain and us processing it. Yeah, I think so. I feel like there are different types of telepath, empathy, intuition, prediction, communication. Also feeling backwards, kind of how they describe a medium as psychic. A music, a communication in a band can be wild. You could say to your drummer, yeah, this, that, try the tom roll. Well, also the connection too, man, which you would know as well. Any musician here in Bones would know. Anyone who does music and has played in bands with other band members, there is some kind of literal connection you can form with them too. And one of the goals in music is you get into a pocket with people, right? Where like you're into this rhythm where you're deep into the rhythm all together. And there's like some anticipating that can happen too with like where you're going to go next, or you're following each other. And it's form of expression that, you know, maybe we would be using English to convey how we're feeling or where we want to go with this. But instead we're using these instruments to convey these feelings of where we're going. And it's incredibly powerful, and it's very cathartic. It's an unbelievably cathartic experience to use music to play like that, and especially with other people who are your friends, to be creative like that. And yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, act without thinking. Yeah, and it's not using language, I guess, to communicate. You're using music instead as a form of communication. Yeah, and Aaron, you would know too. Yeah, as a musician, we got many musicians in here, right? I mean, like we all know this. We've all been in this, and you know, it made me, when I was reading through Wittgenstein, I thought, my God, like this is the thing about philosophy. It's just thinking about these things we don't really ever think about. A lot of people won't even really consider this or remember day to day how we're using language or the limits of language are, right? It's extremely compelling stuff. Yeah. It's like a sixth sense. Yeah. Being called tight in the pocket. Yeah. Yeah. You know, being able to express myself more than being in a deep jam with a connection. Absolutely, man. Yeah. Yeah. It's addicting. Yeah. It's very addicting. Yeah. You like the feeling of flying.
Feel when not musician.
Huh?
Oh, I'm just saying that feel when not musician and can't relate.
Can't relate. You can pick up an instrument and you can learn. Yeah.
I used to play, when I was a wee boy, I used to play piano. I used to do piano lessons and whatnot. I supposedly have squandered high musical potential and I didn't want to play, because when you're in grade 6, you know, like, I don't want to play no bitch ass piano.
Yeah, piano can be fun.
Sports.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Yeah, it's like there's such a long study period with instruments sometimes too. Like for some people, like if you're, I mean, I never did like theory. I was taught by a blues player, although he did know theory and he could read music. He just didn't teach me it. And every time I asked him, he was like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "Mark, we learned some theory today." He's like, "Oh yeah, I mean, you're really gonna need that." I was like, "Oh fucking Christ!"
I did the theory. Yeah. I was able to read notation and whatnot.
Yeah,
I did. I had potential as a piano player. Then grade 6 came, and I went like, "I don't want to do no piano. It's stupid."
Yeah.
And then once grade 9 came around, I went, "Man, I should have kept playing piano." And they said, "Oh well, it's too late."
Yeah, I mean,
I went and lived my life.
Yeah, the theory's important. Theory can be important. I mean, it's one of those things. Like reading music isn't necessarily. You obviously need to understand to some basic degree, like scales and like where you are exactly, like in terms of like notation and what key you're in if you're playing with people. But it can fluctuate, and I mean, you know, there has to be a basic understanding of like what you're doing on the instrument. But once you get beyond that, I mean, that's when you can really start to be creative. I mean, some people never have any kind of an understanding ever, and they're actually brilliant artists, and they just literally, they can listen and hear though when they're in or out of key or in or out of tune per se with the band. Obviously percussion instruments are different. I came from a guitar is what I played. And anyway, yeah, but it's very rewarding. It's one of those things like if kids had been shown that connection that musicians have and like that kind of cathartic release you have in music, I feel like that would have inspired more people to stay with musical instruments. But what kids are usually shown is like all this theory and all this discipline and like all of this like really monotonous nonsense, and then that kind of pushes them away. And
well, that and when you're like preteen, you know, you go piano's for the new F word, you know, real guys play guitar, and then like I don't know what's wrong with my finger. I just can't play a guitar. At least I can't play a right-handed guitar. Like I remember in high school, in like that music class you have to take when you're in high school, I tried to play like I remember I hadn't played it, and the left-handed guitar always felt more natural to me. And I remember the teacher told me, he said, "Well, you haven't played guitar before, and you're just learning, and left-handed guitars are like pretty rare, so just like learn on the right-handed guitar, and I thinking back, it was definitely a budget thing that they probably just didn't have one.
I restrung all those fucking guitars. Those guitars you played on. Oh yeah, I restrung. I worked with the principal. I said, "Bud, you can't fucking have these things." Like they had never changed the strings on them in like 10 years. Yeah. And so I went and we restrung almost every single one of them. Yeah.
Oh shit. You would have been in grade 11. I was in grade 9.
Yeah, it was grade 11. Yeah, it would have been that. Yeah, I was at 11 and 12 is when I was really doing the AP music is what I was doing, which is effectively me. Oh yeah. Music. Well, I mean, I just went to the music teacher and I said, "Listen, can I just have a course where I make an album?" And I knew the principal because I was tutoring these students from China as one of my other courses. And he said, "Yeah, go for it." I said, "Fuck it." Because our principal at the time was like kind of a very laid back guy, let's say. He didn't give a fuck. And so he allowed me to do that. Yeah.
You want to hear a story about, this is supposedly a story I heard about our principal?
Well, I thought he's an alcoholic.
Oh, I didn't know that, but that's
okay. All right. Well, fuck yeah. There you go.
Was supposedly, I can't remember where I found this out, but supposedly he was supposed to retire at the time. He would have been going into grade 11. And that the reason what happened was I can't remember if his wife divorced him at that time. And what had happened was there was another particular teacher at our school that was a vice principal that was in line to be the principal. And what had happened was that he decided he was about to retire, and then he kept his job because, like, his wife divorced him. He said, "Well, shit, I need some money."
Oh fuck yeah, I'll do it. Yeah.
So I guess what happened is she was supposed to be, she was vice principal, and I guess she just said, "No, you have to find like a." You know what? That might have been actually after you left school. Think about that now, because we had a new vice principal when I was in grade 12, and you would have been gone by then. Think about it. Yeah, that would have been after that, because that made sense for why that was. But yeah, I guess that story had nothing to do with anything.
Interesting.
It had nothing to do with anything.
Yeah. You just having a little
baby.
Yeah,
he was
yeah.
he was pretty laid back though. I remember he told his, I guess he told, my brother told me he told his same story about the sandwich at graduation when he graduated that when I graduated.
Oh fuck yeah.
Because I remember my brother told me that he said he told the same story when I graduated. It was about that. I can't remember. It was about a sandwich though.
Oh yeah, I don't remember even any of that. I was just
I don't remember. All I remember it was about a sandwich. I don't actually remember what the story was.
We went to a very, very small school here in the I shouldn't even say here where we are. But yeah, it was a very small, peaceful
in our particular province.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a super small school, but it was a small compared to some of the other schools in the area.
Yeah, it was very
Because one of the other schools in our area had north of like 1,500 students. Ours had maybe 600.
Yeah.
I think one of the other there's another school in our area that had, well, one of the other schools in our province had like 3,000 people at it, but yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, language and emotion and music and how powerful it was, and
yeah, that was a big detour.
I mean, fuck.
That was a big detour from talking about amnesia.
Yeah, I mean,
talking about amnesia and horror games.
The whole time I was in school, I just didn't want to be in school. I hated the idea of it. I hated as I got older, like the social, like there were like cliquey, like that kind of shit, like that. I just didn't want to fucking be there. For like the last couple of years, I just didn't want anything to fucking do with it. Like, if I didn't have good parents, which I had very good parents, I would have just fucking left. I would not have even been there. Like, yeah.
Here, this sums up your feeling on school. I bet.
What?
I sent you a picture.
Send me a picture.
Yeah, there's another one that I was hoping that.
Holy fuck! I guess the question is like, where am I on that spectrum? I'm afraid I'm on the left side personally. School is gay.
We all think we're on the right side, but we're really on the left side.
That's fucking that's a tragedy of it, but It's like, yeah, fucking.
There was another one that I remember I found a long time
Jesus
ago,
Christ,
where
yeah.
instead of having the big brained guy, it was just like the guy. It was a Wojak with like the hood, with that like knew like all the occult secrets and whatnot.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
But yeah, that was.
Oh damn! You hated school too, man. Someone who's been to jail, it was similar. Yeah, fuck, man. It's like, yeah. I was kind of the same. I was in a similar spot. Like, you know, when I was like younger, I did very well, and I don't know when it was. I think it was like 16, which is funny because it's around the same time I started listening to InfoWars. So maybe, I started paying it. I probably shouldn't have, but I started paying attention to what was going on in the world instead of what was going on immediately in my life more. Like I began to kind of focus on other things happening around the world, and I was kind of beginning to have, and this is what people were using the internet, you know, that we were in a different age where we were young teenagers, and you were able to kind of go out in the world, and I was reading about conspiracies, and I was just starting to kind of think, oh, the world's not the way that some people think it is. Maybe it's there's a lot of problems, and I just kind of fell out of love with the system too. I became very disenchanted with it, and I felt like it was very rigid, and it wasn't really accommodating for the arts, which I was a huge fan of. And now we know how, in retrospect now, that like, you know, the modern educational system was born out of like all of these industrialists that just wanted to essentially one-track people into a certain area, and not a lot has changed.
Supposedly it's better for arts now than like when we went to school, but I think that's a product of our particular school we went to.
Well, I mean, I tried to make it, and I tried to fight it, and I, you know, was trying to fight and make my own way, and I kind of did. I was able to take a few classes that I wanted on my own, like I just made class, but that's because I was fortunate because I happened to know those people. I had gotten to know them, like I did like a dinner theater thing, and I got to know the music teacher very well, and we were in there every day at lunch, and but there's other people who maybe weren't as aggressive, and they just kind of got, you know, jerked around, and I did too though. But I don't know. It always just rubbed me the wrong way, and not that I hated the people there, because like there are a lot of great teachers, but I just hated the system, and I just wanted to get the fuck out of it, and not been like that ever since. Yeah,
I've thought about it, and I think it's like the obligation, in that like you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to do this.
Yeah.
Whereas if it was pursue like what you're interested in, then like I think a lot of people would have a better time. Now, I know with my particular grade, sometimes like people struggle with the social aspect. Now I know with like my particular graduate class, like supposedly like it was among like one of those like really like socially accepting classes, like it was cliquey, but it wasn't like cliquey to the point where like people would you'd be like alienated. Like generally like anyone was able to like strike a conversation with anyone without feeling like it was like odd.
Yeah.
Whereas that was like kind of different, like that was like a very different thing. Now I mean like when I was in high school, I was socially inept, and I mean I might even say that was still the case, and I might be still socially inept. So
it is what it is, you know.
Well, I mean like Frank, like you remember when I was when we went to the gym last week, and you know, they came and sang happy birthday to me, and I was just like, thank you. You know,
I enjoyed that so much. I can't describe how much I enjoyed that. Yeah, it was really good.
So, you know, like the entire time I was trying to be like polite and just be like, thank you, while like autistically trying not to like make eye contact with anyone, but also not make eye contact, you know? So I think that's more of like a personality kind of thing, though, where like generally like unless I feel like I'm in like a performance per se, I don't really like attention.
I'm the same way though. I totally get it. I mean, I mean, what the fuck are you supposed to do when people? Even if that happened to me too, I mean, I might just be like, I would obviously try and be nice, but I'd be like, oh, thank you, like.
Oh, you just wait. It's coming. It's coming.
It's coming. It is coming fairly soon. My
April
birthday's coming up.
28th. I'm making a note.
Man.
April 28th. I'm going to tell them when you walk in that gym, Jim Russell. They coming to you.
I'll just start crying. I'll start crying for them and like just bawling and then make it really fucking awkward and just break down right in front of them and I don't know. Fuck yeah, hate the center of attention, man. I'm the same way and same thing. Like when I would go out and play music and. Over time, like you just get used to. You're just like fuck it. Like you're just a meme. Like so, I would just become
paradox.
I hated it. Yeah.
The paradox that I always found with it is that I always really like yearned for like the performing part of it.
Yeah.
So like I always liked the spotlight. Like if it was some kind of performance.
Yeah.
But if I wasn't in that performance, I was just like, no, I don't want the attention.
You don't want anything to do with it. See, I could
want
care
anything
less.
to do with it.
It's a weird thing because, like, we like to play music and stuff. And with music, like, you want to share your music with people. But there was a part of me that didn't even care. Like, I like the idea of sharing it, like, on a record or something. But, like, going out and playing, it is fun to go out and play music because there's an energy that comes along with it. But I don't know. It's a weird thing. Yeah, I was kind of the same way. Like I didn't. Yeah, I would probably. I felt your pain from a distance, but I enjoyed it to some degree as well because it was just kind of funny though too, right? Like it was just one of those like awkward things. I think everyone else in the gym was like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" Like. Am I gonna
I
get
don't
this
think
treatment?
anyone else even like noticed. Everyone else has their earbuds in. Nobody give a fuck. I bet.
Oh no, they noticed. I noticing them.
Oh,
noticing.
did they?
Oh yeah, their reaction was like, "What the fuck?" Like,
I'll tell you one thing actually. One of the when you were, I think it was the week you were out with COVID. I remember I was at the assisted chin up machine. Yeah. And there was one of the older guys actually came up to me and said, "Hey, I noticed your partner wasn't here today."
Oh, did he?
And I was just like, "Oh yeah, he's not here today." He goes, "Oh, that sucks, man." And then that was
my partner. Oh, like he's trying to like say like we're like together, or just gym partner.
I don't know.
Oh, you gotta watch because like some of those don't go in the showers with those fucking boys. Some of those older guys and they walk with their dicks out.
You know me. I have not even set foot in the locker room. No way. No way am I going.
Oh,
to
you've got to
room.
fucking some of those fucking guys. Oh fuck yeah, man! Here you go. Here's some Aaron's music here. Fuck yeah, man! We'll play this in the background while we fucking meme. Fuck yeah, dude.
No way am I going. No way. Nope. Not going in the locker room. But I will say I always liked the idea of kind of like performing, doing like something well for like entertainment purposes.
Yeah,
I do. And I honestly, I'm going to be real with you. That's partly why I like doing like these like Sunday shows, is because it's kind of like I'm like fucking drunk enough that I'm going to say this on the air, if you will.
Do it. Yeah, let's hear it.
But I do suspect I probably would have pursued like a career in like stand-up comedy if I wasn't like terrified of bombing on stage.
It can be fucking Madam Misery, one of her friends who you met is a stand-up comic. Did you know that?
My God. I don't know if I cannot picture who that is.
It was a guy we met. He was on the leg press. Tall guy. I won't say his name here. But
was that like last week?
Yeah, he opened for Tom Green. He's friends with Tom Green. He knows Tom Green.
Is that right?
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah. Fucking Madam Misery had breakfast. Oh, should I fucking say this? It's probably fine. I don't know. Maybe I should have pissed. Madam Misery had breakfast with Tom Green. Yeah.
Oh my fuck! I didn't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. This sounds good, Aaron. It's kind of like it reminds me a lot of Elton John. Yeah. People, you can't hear GALENTV, but people on the stream can hear this.
Well, I opened it now.
I'll fucking like it. Yeah. No,
it does have Elton John vibes to it. Yeah.
Yeah. He opened for Tom Green. I think he's opened for Tom Green twice. And Kenny and Spenny and shit. Oh, he's done like straight up. He's
there's another guy that I know that Harry Calvarium knew that I guess like also opened for like Kenny and Spenny. That one thing. That was when I'll tell you the story of that. So I think this is what I understand. So that was because that was when I was like, is this what people will fucking put up with? So how the fuck did this go? I better not say, because I don't remember what it was, and what I keep thinking is what it is. I don't. Yeah, I probably shouldn't say what it is. I might tell you off the air, but I don't think. I remember what it was, but I remember what like they were doing on stage.
Yeah,
just like disgusted me that people would just like put up with that. Would put up with that crap.
Yeah.
If it is what I remember what it is, I don't think I should say it on the stream, though.
Fuck.
I know, I'm sorry to blue ball everybody on a stream like this, but that's
oh no, that's alright.
I don't think it's Twitch friendly, and it would be big time slander if it turns out it wasn't that. So I won't say it for now.
Oh well, but well, we were, this is an outlet though. It's an outlet to be creative and like just have conversation and.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Tom, when he came to the city, and I guess the performance was terrible, but people just started getting up and leaving. Because he wasn't doing like jokes, he was like playing music or some shit. And he came and people thought he was going to do jokes, but he started playing guitar and playing music, and it was like, what the fuck? And whatever, I mean,
there was a movie. What was the name of the movie called? It was called like Skate or something.
Yeah.
But it was about like
awesome,
amateur
man.
like skate. It was about like amateur like skateboarders or something. Maybe it was called Grind. Maybe that was it.
Yeah.
But I remember our guy Harry Calvarium told me.
Sprite, bro.
And I guess what it was is like the scene that was in the movie, because Tom Green was in that movie. And I guess what happened was in the scene was that Tom Green was just kind of like ad-libbing like on like like his like ADHD self.
Oh yeah.
And I guess like the guy that was like the main character just like got up and just left the scene because he just couldn't put up with like what Tom Green was doing, and that was just the scene that they put in the movie because of it. That I guess he just had enough of like what Tom Green's bullshit or something.
I
can't remember. I can't remember what it was. I know if our guy Harry Calvarium is here. He knows exactly what I'm talking about.
I guess he's got a new show out. I have only ever seen him in Freddy Got Fingered.
He's
but
there's a TV
yeah.
There's a Canadian show that came out very recently that the second season just came out. It's called The Trades. It's made by one of the guys from Trailer Park Boys. And Tom Green is in that show, I guess. I guess Tom Green's like one of the main guys in the show. It's not as funny as what I was hoping it would be. I watched that first season, and it's supposed to be a comedy, and it's more of just like a story where it's like it's not really funny, but it's something. I'll watch it. I don't care.
Fucking sick. Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's one of those memes like he just kind of makes a fool of himself, kind of, and it's like oh fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm reminded of Tom Green.
Freddy.
Yeah.
Freddy Got Fingered. I think that's like our guy, like Harry Calvarium. That was like his movie for the longest time. Was
it really?
Freddy Got Fingered? Oh, that was his movie. He just would like lose his shit laughing after that movie.
I'll read Roardringer's comment. I'm reminded of a Tom Green episode where he tore down, smashed his TV set, and just started skateboarding all over the platforms he knocked down. Oh, interesting. Holy fuck, man. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with his work, honestly, except for Freddy Got Fingered. I remember this. But anyway, he was in the city recently, and someone we know had opened for him. And, he's a really nice guy. Supposedly, he's a really good guy. I'm sure he is. But I don't know. I'm not like a huge stand-up comedy enjoyer. Like, you know who I fucking loved? And I'll shut the fuck up.
Who?
Bill Hicks. I was a huge fan of fucking Bill Hicks. If you've never seen Bill Hicks,
that explains why you like Alex Jones so much.
Yeah, because people think that he's fucking the modern incarnation of Alex Jones.
No, you've seen that, right? That Alex Jones and Bill Hicks are the same person.
Oh yeah. There's no way, because Bill is a much more eloquent speaker than Alex. Bill's dead, but I loved Bill's comedy a lot. I really, really, really loved it. Huge fan of it. But anyway, just very like he got really dark towards the end, actually. It is what it is. Yeah, he was like Marilyn Manson, just do obscure as fuck shit for publicity. The system worked at the time. Yeah, it did, man. Yeah, for Tom. Yeah. Bill was a little bit different. Yeah.
Family Guy had like a funny parody of Tom Green where I think the episode, if I recall correctly, was like that Lois and Meg, or Lois took Meg, the Meg character, out to spring break somewheres, and that MTV said that we'll go live to Tom Green right now, and it was Tom Green like sucking the milk down from the one of the udders of like a cow. And then Tom Green's like doing that, and he looks over at the camera. He says, "Can I stop this now? Am I popular now? Am I cool now?"
Oh my god! Fuck! What a roast!
Exactly. Just like exactly.
We're all just trying to make it in this world, you know.
Yeah.
Some people just got to, you know, they can take it to the extreme, but whatever. It is what it is, you know. It is what. Anyway, I think we'll wrap this up here. It's 11 o'clock. My voice is cooked, and I think everybody's going to bed. So, GALENTV, thank you, sir, for coming by again and having conversation.
Thanks for dealing with my drunken ass right now.
You gonna be ready to go to the gym tomorrow?
Oh fuck, I'm gonna be ready to go for the gym.
Let's
tomorrow,
fucking
don't you worry.
Let's fucking do it. Don't fucking All right, listen. Thanks, guys, for coming around and hanging out again, everybody, and chilling and talking. It's great to talk with everybody, and I'll be back on here tomorrow night for an extended show. And man, my voice is getting better, but man, this fucking goddamn bronchitis, like, fuck, Xi Jinping fucked my throat hard. Like, oh God, we're trying to come back. So, everybody, listen, take care, and as always, stay safe out there. So, see ya.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of sorceric knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.